The Indian Army, they have lined up to pay tribute.
Reporting from Dras War Memorial, where it has been decked up and also the candles have been lit up by the families of those fallen soldiers who were part of this Kargil war.
Minister has been arrested. Minister's closest aide has been arrested. 22 crore rupees almost in cash has been recovered. And then there are diaries. Black diary of Department of Higher Education, School Education, 40 pages. Executive diary marked as annexure AQ having pages 1 to 31. The envelope having printed on it, Minister in charge, Department of Higher Education, School Education, Parliamentary Affairs, Government of West Bengal, containing 5 lakh rupees in cash. That was found from the residence of the aide of Partha, Chatterjee, a sitting minister in Bengal.
The Enforcement Directorate has summoned Trinamool Congress MLA Manik amidst the SSC scam case. He has now been asked today to appear around noon. This is the first summon after the arrest of Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee. In a recent development in the SSC recruitment scam, the Enforcement Directorate has recovered a black diary with explosive details. The diary contains information about collection agents and collection centers list with names of illegal recruits. The Enforcement Directorate questioned the Congress President Sonia Gandhi for over 6 hours on the second day of her appearance in connection with the National Herald case. Meanwhile, the Enforcement Directorate has summoned Sonia Gandhi again today around 11 o'clock in the morning for further round of questioning. Delhi police has taken Rahul Gandhi into custody. Rahul Gandhi was staging a sit-in protest in support of Sonia Gandhi along with the workers for protesting against the Enforcement Directorate summoning of the interim President Sonia Gandhi in the National Herald case. However, he was released by the police after the protest. Trinamool Congress parliamentarians protested near the parliament demanding the inclusion of Garo and Khasi languages in the 8th schedule of the constitution. The MPs were seen holding placards and raising slogans for the inclusion of the two languages. Ahead of the Congress President Sonia Gandhi summoned by the Enforcement Directorate, Congress Party will again hold a satyagraha protest outside the Congress headquarters today. The party will also stage a protest inside and outside the parliament. India is all set to prepare for the 5th generation of mobile network as the 5G spectrum auctions began yesterday. Top carriers like Reliance Jio, Bharti Airtel, Vodafone Idea and new entrant Adani Data Networks will all bid for the 5G spectrum auction. Enforcement Directorate has issued a fresh summon to Shiv Sena leader and parliamentarian Sanjay Raut in the money laundering in the Patra Chaul case. ED has asked Raut to appear before the officials around 11 o'clock in the morning today. Sanjay Raut had earlier skipped the Enforcement Directorate summons on 20th of July. In a big push to our forces, the Union government approved the armed forces arms procurement proposals worth more than 28,000 crores. The proposals include purchase of swarm drones, bulletproof jackets and carbines. The proposals were approved in a meeting of the Defence Acquisition Council headed by the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. Bharatiya Janata Party and Nationalist Democratic Progressive Party have finalized the seat-sharing agreement to jointly contest elections in Nagaland in 2023. According to a joint statement issued by the two parties, the NDPP will contest the 40 seats and BJP on 20 seats. 19 opposition parliamentarians have been suspended during the monsoon session for the rest of the week for disrupting the session. The suspension came in the backdrop of several protests against the government with regards to GST, Agnipath scheme and inflation. Amidst the protest and disruption in Rajya Sabha by the opposition, Aam Aadmi Party Rajya Sabha parliamentarian Sanjay Singh threw a piece of paper at the Rajya Sabha chairman M. Venkaiah Naidu. Addressing the suspension of the 19 Rajya Sabha MPs from the monsoon session, Union Minister Piyush Goyal asserted that the government is ready to conduct the discussions on price rise.
सदन में भी और सदन के बाहर भी इस बात को रखा है कि सरकार हर विषय पे चर्चा के लिए तैयार है। महंगाई पे भी सरकार अब चर्चा करना चाहती है। हम बताना चाहते हैं कैसे बड़े अहम कदम सरकार ने उठाए जिससे भारत में बाकी देशों के निस्बत महंगाई कम रही है।
Rajya Sabha parliamentarian from Bihar, Sushil Kumar Modi, said that the opposition had been disrupting the discussions since several days. He further added that the parliament is a place to hold discussions and not perform any protest.
कि इन लोगों ने जीरो आवर नहीं चलने दिया, क्वेश्चन आवर नहीं चलने दिया। लोकतंत्र में क्वेश्चन आवर जीरो आवर का बहुत बड़ा महत्व है और ये तो जो विपक्ष के लोग हैं उन्हीं का जीरो आवर होता है, अधिक से अधिक उन्हीं का क्वेश्चन रहता है। आज 7 दिन हो गया लगातार सदन की कार्रवाई को बाधित कर रहे हैं। यहाँ तक कि जीरो आवर पर इन्फ्लेशन पर जो इनका सवाल था उसको भी लोगों ने नहीं उठाया और वेल में जाकर हल्ला कर रहे हैं और सरकार ने कहा है कि महंगाई पर हम चर्चा के लिए तैयार हैं।
Speaking to the media, V. Sivadasan from the CPM criticized the suspension. He informed that they were raising the issue of price rise, but the chair didn't let them discuss the issue.
Next, we will, inside the parliament, our colleagues will raise the issue. The same issue our colleagues will raise inside the parliament.
Criticizing the suspension of the parliamentarians, Kerala MP P. Santosh Kumar alleged that the government is following the parliamentary procedure and asserted that it is the duty of the opposition to raise the questions.
Unfortunately, this government is not allowing and we are suspended, and that way we are happy also because we will raise this issue more strongly, more vigorously among the people.
DMK parliamentarian Tiruchi Siva condemned the suspension of the parliamentarians and alleged that the government is misusing the powers and are not ready to discuss any issues.
The members were insisting upon their demand. Instead of convincing them or the government yielding, they have used their force, their power and have suspended 19 members, out of which 6 are from DMK. Will you continue? No, but we will not. They will not. First of all, they should revoke the suspension. This is not the way in the parliamentary democracy.
Amid the ongoing monsoon session in the parliament, both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha were adjourned twice for a short while amidst the protests by the opposition parliamentarians over GST and price rise. Opposition continued sloganeering and held placards. Speaker Om Birla urged members to await the due time to discuss these issues. The Rajya Sabha scheduled to take up the Weapons of Mass Destruction and their Delivery Systems Amendment Bill 2022 along the lines of prohibition of the unlawful activities for consideration and passage today. The Lok Sabha is scheduled to discuss the Family Courts Bill Amendment 2022 as well. Opposition parties wrote a letter to the President Draupadi Murmu alleging the central government for not allowing an urgent debate on price rise and GST. The letter to the President further claimed continuous and intensifying misuse of the investigative agencies by the centre against political opponents. Punjab Advocate General Anmol Ratan Sidhu has attended his resignation to Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwat Mann. He was appointed by the Aam Aadmi Party government. After his resignation, he has given personal reasons for leaving the post.
2 लाइनों में दिया मैंने रेजिग्नेशन सारा कि मैं पर्सनल रीजन से कारण आई कैन नॉट कंटिन्यू विद द पोस्ट एंड इट इज़ हम्बली रिक्वेस्टेड टू द ऑनरेबल चीफ मिनिस्टर टू एक्सेप्ट दिस। ये 19 तारीख से ये सारी बात चल रही थी।
Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, while speaking on the Har Ghar Tiranga program, stated that some people were invested in disrupting a call towards promoting nationalism by bringing religion and caste in between, adding that such people should be answered by showing one's nationalism via the Har Ghar Tiranga.
भारत के आन मान और शान का प्रतीक, भारत के गौरव और गरिमा का प्रतीक, भारत के शौर्य, भारत की शांति और भारत की प्रगति का प्रतीक भारत के तिरंगे को हर घर पर लहराने की एक व्यापक कार्य योजना भी बनाई गई है। और मुझे लगता है कि हर भारतवासी को चाहिए कि अपने घर पर तिरंगा लगा करके भारत के राष्ट्रीय प्रतीकों के प्रति हम सम्मान का भाव व्यक्त करें।
Congress parliamentary Adhiranjan Chaudhary has written a letter to West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee urging her to sack arrested Trinamool Congress Minister Partha Chatterjee over his alleged involvement in the SSC recruitment scam. Calling the teacher recruitment scam an open secret in Bengal, he noted how it was only after the court's intervention that the investigation agency started acting on it. BJP spokesperson Sambit Patra claimed the BJP's stand on corruption and cited the arrest made in connection with the SSC scam in West Bengal. He also added that the arrest acted as an example of zero tolerance towards corruption from the central government that has been in power for the last 8 years.
मुझे तो कई बार लगता है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए ईडी का अर्थ एंटाइटलमेंट फॉर डेकॉइटी था। उनको लगता है कि उनके पास एंटाइटलमेंट फॉर डेकॉइटी मतलब हम डाका भी डालेंगे और हमसे पूछताछ भी नहीं होनी चाहिए। चोरी ऊपर से सीना जोरी, ये जो मुहावरा हिंदी का है, यदि किसी बच्चे को ये समझ में नहीं आ रहा है कि चोरी ऊपर से सीना जोरी इसका अर्थ क्या होता है, तो कांग्रेस के व्यवहार को देखे कि 5,000 करोड़ रुपए गबन भी करेंगे और प्रश्नों का उत्तर भी नहीं देंगे। ये होता है चोरी ऊपर से सोना जोरी, एंटाइटलमेंट फॉर डेकॉइटी। और आज जब पूछताछ होगी तो हम जवाब नहीं देंगे।
An instance of moral policing erupted when Bajrang Dal members allegedly barged into a pub and ruined a party that was being planned by the students. The students were allegedly chased out of the bar by the Bajrang Dal activists as well. When Republic confronted the Bajrang Dal activists, they responded by saying that the partying students were minors and yet they were allowed in the pub.
At about 9 o'clock, about 5 to 6 boys claiming to be belonging to some organization, they have come near the premises of Recycle, a restaurant and a pub, and they have asked the bouncer of the establishment to verify with the manager whether there are minor boys and girls under the age of 21 who have come and might be consuming alcohol.
Opposition's Vice President candidate Margaret Alva allegedly fell prey to cyber fraud and has put the orders on BJP. She claimed that the public sector telecom service provider MTNL has diverted her calls, suspended her KYC details and sent her a notice after speaking to some BJP leaders about her candidature. Union Minister Prahlad Joshi called the joint opposition candidate Margaret Alva's allegation childish, as Alva alleged that calls to her mobile were being diverted after she spoke to the BJP leaders.
I feel really surprised. Why anybody should tap her phone? It is really surprising. And let her call anybody. And we are quite confident. And result, what will be result is everybody is well known of that. Why we should do it? These are all the, I can say, childish allegations.
The new police have arrested 3 more accused in connection with the Deputy Superintendent of Police Surinder Singh's murder. In all, 9 accused have been arrested by the police in connection with the case so far. 30 people have died and 51 have been admitted to hospital following the consumption of Hooch in Gujarat's Bota district. The matter came to light on Monday when people of Rojid and neighbouring places were admitted to government hospitals after developing their health issues. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will visit Gujarat and Tamil Nadu on 28th and 29th of July to attend various events. Prime Minister Modi will be launching various projects in Gujarat and will then travel to Chennai to inaugurate 44th Chess Olympiad at the JLN Indoor Stadium. A class 12th student allegedly died by suicide in Tamil Nadu's Cuddalore district. The girl was found hanging at her residence and the bodies have been taken for post-mortem. Meanwhile, the police is investigating the matter. The criminal investigation team has begun probing the death of the class 12 student in Tamil Nadu's Tiruvallur. The CID is currently awaiting the findings of the post-mortem. Meanwhile, the autopsy is underway and its proceedings are being recorded. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal hit out at the Bharatiya Janata Party ahead of the assembly polls in Gujarat this year. Addressing the citizens of Gandhinagar, Delhi Chief Minister claimed that they ended corruption and the raids on traders in Delhi.
टैक्स नहीं बढ़ाया हमने 5-7 साल में, रेड बंद कर दी हमने, अपने व्यापारियों के ऊपर भरोसा किया और हम लोगों ने इतनी सारी चीजें फ्री कर दी वहां पे, बिजली फ्री कर दी, पानी फ्री कर दिया, शिक्षा इतनी अच्छी, इतने स्कूल खोल दिए। दिल्ली के 2 करोड़ लोग हैं, 2 करोड़ लोगों का हर आदमी का इलाज पूरा मुफ्त कर दिया हम लोगों ने।
After Punjab Advocate General Anmol Ratan Sidhu resigned from his post, Congress leader and the LOP Pratap Singh Bajwa attacked the Aam Aadmi Party government, calling it an unstable government, which is the reason officers are resigning.
But see, nothing is very much stable in this government. It's a government run by unstable leaders. All major decisions of appointing DGPs, of appointing chief secretaries, of making ministers, giving portfolios. So this decision also seems to have occurred in Delhi. The incident, the spot should be Delhi, the reason should be Delhi, but the resignation has been basically taken in Chandigarh. There could be some bigger reason.
The Allahabad High Court denied bail to Union Minister Ajay Mishra's son Ashish Mishra in connection with the Lakhimpur Kheri violence case. The Lucknow bench of the Allahabad High Court has rejected the bail petition of accused Ashish Mishra. Supreme Court has agreed to hear a fresh plea by Uddhav Thackeray's camp against Election Commission proceedings on a petition by Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde-led group for the recognition as the real Shiv Sena on 1st of August. The World Bank appointed Indian national Indermeet Gill as the chief economist and senior vice president for the development economics at the Multilateral Development Bank. His appointment will be effective from 1st of September this year. After Kaushik Basu, Indermeet Gill will be the second Indian to serve as the chief economist at the World Bank. Amid the ongoing heavy rains across several regions in Andhra Pradesh, Chief Minister Y.S. Jagan Mohan Reddy visited flood-affected areas in B.R. Ambedkar Konaseema district and interacted with the flood victims. The Chief Minister will be touring the cities and will also interact with the victims. Heavy rains in the high mountains around Holy Shrine in Amarnath triggered floods in water body and surrounding areas. Immediate alert was given and more than 4,000 pilgrims were taken out of the area safely till now. Reportedly, the situation is now under control. Olympic champion Neeraj Chopra has been ruled out of the Commonwealth Games due to a groin injury. Neeraj was injured at the World Athletics Championship in Oregon, and it has ruled him out of the CWG 2022. Ukraine Energy Minister German Galushenko has said that Ukraine has full support to the deal agreed by the European Union to deliver natural gas against any further supply cuts by Russia. Galushenko was participating in the European Union meeting on winter gas supplies in Brussels.
Not only Ukraine and the Europe, we are now supposed to face probably the most difficult energy crisis in decades, and we have experience with Russian. Numerous times Ukraine was cut off supply of gas in the middle of winter. And this several time experience, we managed to survive. And what is important, of course, I want to share this experience of Ukraine, which we had before.
Russia's defense ministry claimed that over 40 foreign mercenaries were killed by the Russian missile strike near the Donetsk region. Russian ministry spokesperson Igor claimed that the strike was launched from a deployment point of the Foreign Legion Union. Myanmar's military government rejected the widespread criticism and condemnation that has followed the execution of 4 political prisoners. Remember, Myanmar's ruling military announced that it had executed 4 activists accused of aiding terror attacks, which sparked widespread condemnation. German foreign minister took a jibe at the Russian counterpart Sergei Lavrov's comment on the government in Kiev. Earlier, Lavrov said that Moscow's goal in Ukraine was to free its people from its unacceptable regime. German foreign minister also addressed the wildfires in the border region of both Germany and the Czech Republic. Taiwan's military conducted an annual naval exercise to test its joint defense capabilities against an invasion from the sea. During the exercise, President Tsai Ing-wen boarded a warship to watch the drill, which involved 20 naval vessels and different fighter jets at the Suao Naval Base in Yalan County. President Tsai also thanked the naval personnel for carrying out the drill. Serbia has busted a smuggling racket near the border with Hungary and discovered various weapons and hundreds of passports taken from migrants trying to reach Western Europe. Serbia police also discovered 120 migrants, including women and children, during the operation in the area of Mali Horgos. Swedish women's football team slammed the organizers of the Women's European Championship for using fewer video assistant referee cameras in the Euro Cup taking place in England. Sweden also already suffered the burnt, which included 4 goals which were ruled out due to the VAR reviews for offside. Cristiano Ronaldo returned to Manchester United's Carrington training base to discuss his future with new manager Erik ten Hag. Former Manchester United boss Alex Ferguson was also present at the training camp and will attend the talks between Ronaldo and Erik. England head coach Serena Wigman and defender ahead to their side's Euro 2022 semi-final against Sweden in Sheffield. England have twice finished as the runners-up in the Euros, losing to Sweden in the inaugural final over 2 legs in 1984, and they have yet to win the tournament. Paul Pogba will miss the next leg of Junta's pre-season tour of the United States after suffering a knee injury. France international Pogba rejoined the Giants on a free transfer after his Manchester United contract expired and started the 2-0 friendly win in Nevada.
शक्तियों को लेकर पोस्टर लेकर यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं कांग्रेस के तमाम सांसद और अब यहाँ पर वो धरने पर बैठ गए। राहुल गांधी को कहा गया या तो आप हिरासत में चलिए या फिर आप यहाँ से लौट जाइए। राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
These are the Congress कार्यकर्ता. They are showing their anger against their leader has been detained. No permission for any kind of satyagraha. That's the clear line which has been taken by the Delhi police.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere.
Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Here on the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thackeray. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track of all the senior leaders coming in and going out.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live stream with you everywhere. Republic Live stream, India's #1 streaming news. Me and my VJ are together. Absolute pandemonium, chaos. In fact, massive security thrown around. Big push diplomatic visit, which is going to be, of course, capped by the Quad leaders meets. Uddhav surrounded himself with unelectable coterie. You expect these people to dictate terms to a grassroots strong leader like Eknath Shinde?
आप देख रहे हैं इस समय यहाँ पे अब पूरी की पूरी प्रिपरेशन की जा रही है। किसी भी समय यहाँ पे महाराष्ट्र के अगले मुख्यमंत्री आने वाले हैं।
ये मिनट टू मिनट आर टू आर पेट्रोलिंग इस समय दिल्ली की सड़कों पर पेट्रोलिंग हो रही है।
शरद पवार का पहले ट्वीट आया, उसके बाद यहाँ पे कंफर्मेशन हुआ है एनसीपी एज अ पार्टी शपथ ग्रहण में यहाँ पे मौजूद होगी।
The question this time very clearly, no answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the camera?
Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya.
Persistently been asking you only one question.
Mallya, why did you escape in 2015?
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live stream with you everywhere. Republic Live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Right behind me, that's the very Amar Jawan Jyoti where the tributes were paid. Wreath laying ceremony took place.
We are at the Tiger War Memorial where the Jawans of the Indian Army, they have lined up to pay tribute.
Reporting from Dras War Memorial where it has been decked up and also the candles have been lit up by the families of those fallen soldiers who were part of this Kargil war.
Minister has been arrested. Minister's closest aide has been arrested. 22 crore rupees almost in cash has been.
And some more international news. The Ukraine Energy Minister Galichenko has said that Ukraine has full support for the deal agreed upon by European Union to deliver natural gas against any further supply cuts by Russia. Galichenko was participating in the European Union meeting on winter gas supplies in Brussels. Russia's defense ministry claims that over 40 foreign mercenaries were killed by the Russian missile strike near the Donetsk region. Russian ministry spokesperson Igor Konashenkov claims the strike was launched from a deployment point of the Foreign Legion unit. Myanmar's military government rejects widespread criticism and condemnation that has followed the execution of 4 political prisoners. Remember, Myanmar's ruling military announced that it had executed 4 activists accused of aiding terror acts, which sparked widespread condemnation. And coming up on Republic in a short while, Bengal cash scam gets bigger. TMC MLA Manik Bhattacharya summoned by Enforcement Directorate.
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kohli's murder that has taken place.
शक्तियों को लेकर पोस्टर लेकर यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं कांग्रेस के तमाम सांसद और अब यहाँ पर वो धरने पर बैठ गए। राहुल गांधी को कहा गया या तो आप हिरासत में चलिए या फिर आप यहाँ से लौट जाइए। राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
These are the Congress कार्यकर्ता. They are showing their anger against their leader has been detained. No permission for any kind of satyagraha. That's the clear line which has been taken by the Delhi police.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Here on the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thackeray. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track of all the senior leaders coming in and going out.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live stream with you everywhere. Republic Live stream, India's #1 streaming news. Me and my VJ are together. Absolute pandemonium, chaos. In fact, massive security thrown around. Big push diplomatic visit, which is going to be, of course, capped by the Quad leaders meets. Uddhav surrounded himself with unelectable coterie. You expect these people to dictate terms to a grassroots strong leader like Eknath Shinde?
आप देख रहे हैं इस समय यहाँ पे अब पूरी की पूरी प्रिपरेशन की जा रही है। किसी भी समय यहाँ पे महाराष्ट्र के अगले मुख्यमंत्री आने वाले हैं।
ये मिनट टू मिनट आर टू आर पेट्रोलिंग इस समय दिल्ली की सड़कों पर पेट्रोलिंग हो रही है।
शरद पवार का पहले ट्वीट आया, उसके बाद यहाँ पे कंफर्मेशन हुआ है एनसीपी एज अ पार्टी शपथ ग्रहण में यहाँ पे मौजूद होगी।
The question this time very clearly, no answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the camera?
Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya.
Persistently been asking you only one question.
Mallya, why did you escape in 2015?
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream. With you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
Top headlines at 7 a.m. Explosive cash scam diary recovered from Arpita's residence. Can the TMC minister wash his hands of the scam now? Bengal cash scam gets bigger. TMC MLA Manik now summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. Sonia Gandhi summoned for the third time by the enforcement, for the second time by the Enforcement Directorate in the freedom struggle for profit scam. BJP Yuva Morcha worker Praveen Nitaru hacked to death by unidentified people in Bel Air, probe underway. Case of moral policing in Karnataka's Mangaluru. Bajrang Dal members allegedly barged into a pub and disrupted a party. Two border security force personnel deployed in the Democratic Republic of Congo succumbed to injuries following violent armed protests. Good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning in to This Morning. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Lots lined up for you in this edition of our broadcast. We know that you are always on the go. Now get your news on the go as well, because Republic lets you stream as you go. Republic live stream assures you can always tune into news in HD quality without having a TV around. Now no more waiting till the end of the day to catch up with the news of the day. You can get the high-end TV quality experience right on your phone, tablet or any other device. Straight away, starting with our top story this morning, we've seen mountains of cash. We've seen a black diary connection as well. We saw the Arpita link. But now, if ED sources are to be believed, there is a school connection as well. An ultra-luxury private school has also been raided by the Enforcement Directorate. It's clear that there is more to the case than what meets the eye. So we at Republic reached ground zero to investigate ourselves. Here is the investigation report. Take a look.
In a mega investigation, Republic accessed documents that mention BCM International School in Pingla, West Medinipur.
These school premises were then raided by the Enforcement Directorate, and these premises, of course, are also worth about 45 crores is what we are learning. And there is also a Partha Chatterjee link that is going to be now investigated by the Enforcement Directorate.
So we at Republic TV reached ground zero.
Behind me, there is a school called BCM International School. The abbreviation BCM stands for Babli Chatterjee Memorial International School. And who is Babli Chatterjee? Babli Chatterjee is or was Partha Chatterjee, West Bengal's ex-education minister's wife.
Right from the entrance, it is clear that this is a high-end school, modern systems, luxurious interiors. Some on the spot are unaware that this school has been named in the Bengal cash scam case.
আমি একটু কাইন্ডলি একটু এইটুকু রিকোয়েস্ট আমি দুটো পর্যন্ত পে করি। আমরা স্যার স্টাফ, আমরা ম্যাম স্টাফ, আমরা অত কিছু জানি না।
এটা আমরা জানি না, হেড ম্যাডাম আছে, আমরা এখানে সার্ভিসে হেড ম্যাডামের কাছে আপনি যখন অ্যাপয়েন্টমেন্ট হেড ম্যাডামের কাছে গেলে আপনি বুঝতে পারবেন যে কী ব্যাপার। আমি এটা জানি না, কার আমি তো এখানে সিকিউরিটি ডিউটি করছি এইটুকু। আর স্কুল কত 2 বছরের মতো আগে লকডাউনের সময় থেকে এটা মানে।
But in casual conversation, local hints at Partha Chatterjee link. Hear this man in the pink shirt.
না একবার এসেছিলেন জানি, হ্যাঁ পুলিশ ছিল যখন রাস্তা দিয়ে পাস করছিলাম, হ্যাঁ এই ছিল রাস্তায় যেতে যেতে দেখলাম যে সব পুলিশ সব দাঁড়িয়ে আছে। এবারে উদ্বোধনের এই ছিল বা সম্বোধনা কি একটা ব্যাপার ছিল এরকম হঠাৎই প্রোগ্রামের ব্যাপার ছিল অতটা ঠিক মনে নেই তো মাস 3-4 এরকম একটা হবে আর
And even this bike-borne local.
সবথেকে ব্যাপার বড় যে এত বড় একটা স্কুল করেছে, স্কুল পার্থ চট্টোপাধ্যায় করেছে, তারই জানি না শুনেছি আর কি। এত বড় একটা স্কুল হয়েছে, ছেলেকে ভর্তি করেছি, সারা বছরের ফিজও জমা দিয়ে দিয়েছি, তারপর যদি স্কুল বন্ধ হয়ে যায় খুব চিন্তার বিষয় আর কি। ছেলে স্কুল কর্তৃপক্ষ কিছু বলছে না, স্কুল কর্তৃপক্ষ বলছে স্কুল চলবে, কোনো রকম কোনো সমস্যা নেই।
Finally, over call with headmistress, we are told the school is indeed named after Partha Chatterjee's late wife.
What is the full form of BCM? পুরো নামটা কি? বাবলি চ্যাটার্জি মেমোরিয়াল ইন্টারন্যাশনাল আন্তর্জাতিক স্কুল। বাবলি চ্যাটার্জি মানে পার্থ চ্যাটার্জির স্ত্রী। আচ্ছা, ওনারই প্রয়াত।
Interestingly, the school website names Kalyan Moy Bhattacharya as the founder, the exact name of Partha's son-in-law. The BJP has been raising questions about the school since May 2022. So what secrets does the school hold in Bengal cash scam? A Republic investigation report.
Now, in the recruitment scam, Trinamool Congress MLA Manik Bhattacharya has also been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. Now, this is in fact the first summon to the member of the Legislative Assembly of West Bengal after search operations were conducted at 13 premises, including Bhattacharya's house, in connection with the illegal appointment of teachers in West Bengal government schools.
As the Enforcement Directorate turned up its heat in the West Bengal teachers recruitment scam, now one more TMC Neta has come under the ED net. It appears that the case is not going to be limited to Partha Chatterjee and his aide Arpita Mukherjee, who was sent to ED custody till the 3rd of August. Now, Trinamool Congress MLA Manik Bhattacharya has been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate today. This is the first summons to the member of the Legislative Assembly of West Bengal after search operations were conducted at 13 premises, including Bhattacharya's house.
The investigation is also getting wider. We have seen that more names that were emerging. Now, this has also been mentioned by the Enforcement Directorate inside of the courtroom, where they said that this is not just Partha Chatterjee as well. And of course, we have seen that another name of the TMC MLA, Manik Bhattacharya, has also come to light, who had been the ex-president, who is in fact the ex-president of the West Bengal Primary Education Board. And that is why we see a very crucial link now that will perhaps also emerge with respect to the dubious financial transactions, the money laundering charges, but also the SSC scandal that had been investigated, that was being investigated, and the line of questioning that was done by the CBI earlier with Manik Bhattacharya and Partha Chatterjee as well. So we see a very crucial point of this investigation emerging by the Enforcement Directorate, and of course we see that the Enforcement Directorate has 8 more days, and perhaps more information will come out with respect to this entire scandal and the financial transactions that were being done by Partha Chatterjee.
With more names of TMC ministers emerging in the mega cash scam, it remains to be seen what TMC resorts to against its scam-tainted leaders. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, in the latest development in the National Herald case probe, Congress interim President Sonia Gandhi was summoned by the Enforcement Directorate on Tuesday. Now, following several hours of questioning, Sonia Gandhi has been summoned yet again today for the second time when she will be quizzed by the Enforcement Directorate.
The Enforcement Directorate interrogated Congress interim President Sonia Gandhi yesterday for a second round of questioning in the National Herald case. Congress leaders staged nationwide protests outside the party headquarters against the summons.
77 साल की हमारी राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष को जिस तरीके से भाजपा सरकार, क्योंकि कांग्रेस पार्टी एक मजबूत ऑपोजिशन के रूप में काम कर रहे, तो वो समझते हैं कि वो हमारी राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष श्रीमती सोनिया जी को परेशान करेगी जिस तरीके से कर रहे हैं। पूरे महिलाएं, देश के महिला कांग्रेस के सोनिया जी के लिए दिन रात जब भी हो सब खड़े हैं।
Following the protests in New Delhi, Congress leader Rahul Gandhi was detained by the police along with other Congress leaders.
यहाँ पे सारे सांसद आए, हाँ, और उन्होंने महंगाई की बात की, हाँ, और बेरोजगारी की बात की, और ये हमें यहाँ बैठने नहीं दे रहे, हाँ, अंदर बात नहीं करी जा रही है, डिस्कशन नहीं अलाउड है, हाँ, और यहाँ पे हमसे अरेस्ट कर रहे हैं.
Soon after detention, Rahul Gandhi took to Twitter to slam the BJP government, but said nothing on the arson and vandalism that resulted out of the protests. Meanwhile, protests in Nagpur turned violent as the protesters set a car on fire. Amidst the chaos outside, Sonia Gandhi was questioned for nearly 6 hours by the ED. Sources in the know informed that Sonia Gandhi has been asked 55 questions in 2 rounds of questioning so far. The Congress interim president has been asked to appear in front of the ED for the 3rd round of questioning today. The party says it will continue the protests today as well in light of round 3 of questioning.
Issues that put this government in the dock, they make this government very uncomfortable. Therefore, they are trying to silence us, but they are sadly mistaken. They cannot silence us. We will continue with our satyagraha. We will continue to raise these issues.
Congress leaders are expected to stage protests inside and outside the parliament as well. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And breaking news coming in, SC lawyer has alleged a live threat that he has received. This after he filed complaint against Adil Chishti and Anjuman committee alleging this and now he said the SC lawyer has claimed that he has received a live threat. This the Delhi police, we are learning, has registered an FIR as well. The SC lawyer Vineet Jindal has in fact filed a complaint. We have Vineet Jindal on the phone line. Sir, if you could talk to us more about this death threat with you which you've alleged, give us the details that you can share with us.
Yesterday when I come to my home after my office hours, I received a letter in my house premises in which specifically life threat has been given to me. After that, Delhi police DCP visited over there and the Delhi police has lodged an FIR against unknown person by giving that threat. That letter specifically stating that Vineet Jindal tera sir 20 se juda karenge jaldi. So this threat has been given to me. The Delhi police are taking its course now.
Yes.
Although just as mentioned, I have lodged a complaint against Ajmer Sharif Dargah Chishti and Lina FIR has been also lodged against me. I have got several threats before this letter from international callers. So that FIR has also been lodged with the Delhi police and investigation has been taken care by Delhi police itself. Let's see what Delhi police is taking now.
All right. All right. Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to us. So that was the SC lawyer Vineet Jindal talking to us about the threat that he's received. He's alleged that he's received a live threat and a complaint has been also filed against Adil Chishti and Anjuman committee. Quick roundup of news in brief. The Enforcement Directorate questioned Congress interim president Sonia Gandhi for over 6 hours on second day of her appearance in connection. In fact, the first day of her appearance before the Enforcement Directorate in connection with the National Herald case. Meanwhile, the ED has summoned Sonia Gandhi for the second round of questioning at 11 a.m. today. Ahead of the Congress President Sonia Gandhi summoned by the Enforcement Directorate, Congress party will again hold a satyagraha protest outside the Congress headquarters today. The party will also stage protest inside and outside of the Parliament. Delhi police has taken Rahul Gandhi into custody. In fact, he was detained for staging a protest in support of Sonia Gandhi, along with the workers for protesting against the Enforcement Directorate questioning Sonia Gandhi in the National Herald case. Meanwhile, the Enforcement Directorate has summoned TMC MLA Manik as well with regard to the SSC recruitment scam. He's been asked to appear before the ED at 12 noon. In latest development in SC recruitment scam, ED has recovered a black diary with explosive details. The diary contains information about collection agents and collection centers list with names of illegal recruits as well. Slipping into a very short break, on the other side, more news breaks lined up. A BJP Yuva Morcha worker hacked to death by unidentified people. Probe underway. Case of moral policing in Karnataka's Mangaluru. Bajrang Dal members allegedly barged into a pub and disrupted a party.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Amity University has India's largest scholarship program, from which over 25,000 brilliant students have already benefited. Students with over 95% in Class 12 boards get 100% scholarship, and students with over 90% get 50% scholarship. Join brilliant, like-minded students who want to be successful. Apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kohli's murder that has taken place.
को लेकर पोस्टर लेकर यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं कांग्रेस के तमाम सांसद और अब यहाँ पर वो धरने पर बैठ गए। राहुल गांधी को कहा गया या तो आप हिरासत में चलिए या फिर आप यहाँ से लौट जाइए। राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
These are the Congress कार्यकर्ता. They are showing their anger against their leader has been detained. No permission for any kind of satyagraha. That's the clear line which has been taken by the Delhi police.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news. Here on the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thakre. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track of all the senior leaders coming in and going out. Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live stream with you everywhere. Republic Live stream, India's #1 streaming news. Me and my VJ are together. Absolute pandemonium, chaos, in fact, massive security thrown around. Big push, diplomatic visit, which is going to be, of course, capped by the Quad leaders meets. Uddhav surrounded himself with unelectable coterie. You expect these people to dictate terms to a grassroots strong leader like Eknath Shinde?
आप देख रहे हैं इस समय यहाँ पे अब पूरी की पूरी प्रिपरेशन की जाए।
Just one question, sir.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer?
Welcome back. now. The BJP Yuva Morcha worker Praveen Netaru was hacked to death with lethal weapons by unidentified people on a bike in Bellad, Dakshina Kannada on late Tuesday evening. Now, in view of this incident, the Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai expressed his deep condolences to the family members of the BJP leader and assured them that justice will be served.
Late Tuesday evening, a horrific and gruesome murder was reported in Dakshina Kannada district of Karnataka. District Secretary of the Bharatiya Janata Party Yuva Morcha, Praveen Netaru, was brutally murdered by lethal weapons used by unidentified people. Unrest prevailed as huge crowd gathered outside Bellary police station after news of Praveen's murder spread like wildfire. Praveen owned a poultry shop near the Bellary area where he was attacked by bike-borne assailants with a machete while returning home after completing his business for the day. Karnataka's Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai condemned Netaru's murder. Taking to Twitter, he said that perpetrators of such heinous act will be arrested soon and punished under the law. He also paid condolences to Praveen's family. The local police has filed a complaint and further probe is underway. The murderers are still on the run and the manhunt is on. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And breaking updates coming in on the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign, a big push there by the government, as companies have now been allowed to spend their CSR funds for activities related to the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. Remember, the campaign is being organized by the government, which is part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, to encourage people to bring home the national flag and hoist it to mark the 75th year of India's independence. So the circular there that has been put out by the Corporate Affairs Ministry, which says that the campaign is aimed to invoke the feeling of patriotism in hearts of people and to promote awareness about the Indian national flag. That's in fact the circular on your screens as well. A big move by the central government to push a big push to the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign of the central government. Now companies can spend their CSR funds for activities related to the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. Remember, the campaign is being organized by the government as part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav to encourage people to hoist national flags in their homes. And the circular says that under the Companies Act 2013, certain class of profitable companies are required in this, remember, with regard to CSR, which means that certain profitable companies are required to shell out at least 2% of their 3-year annual average net profits towards the CSR, which is corporate social responsibility. That money, that fund can be spent for the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. So that's the government's effort to push for the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign, which is part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. So government has allowed private companies to spend CSR funds on Tiranga. So a big push there by the central government to promote the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. The government in its circular, the central government in its circular has made it clear that the funds with regard to the CSR funds particularly can be used to promote the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. And a circular for which has also been put out by the Corporate Affairs Ministry, which says that the campaign is aimed to invoke the feeling of patriotism among the people, and that the people, this is in fact the Tiranga campaign enables people to put out national flag in their homes, to hoist national flag in their homes, to instill patriotism. And this, with regard to this, a circular that has been put out by the central government, which means that the CSR funds can be used to promote the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. And moving on to a quick EBIX cash alert, then getting in visuals right now of liquor bottles that were destroyed with a road roller, with a bulldozer in Andhra Pradesh, Vijayawada. The visuals on your screens of crackdown on illegal liquor there. The liquor bottles being destroyed by the Andhra government. This visual coming in from Andhra's Vijayawada, where you can see a crackdown on illegal liquor. As you can see, the liquor bottles, the illegal bottles being crushed there by the officials.
Destroying about 62,000 liquor bottles of different quantities and different brands. So all these have been seized in 822 cases over the last couple of years. As per AP Excise Act 1968, which was subsequently amended in 2020. So the act has become very stringent. What it says is non-duty paid liquor. That is liquor that is produced in other states and meant for consumption in other states cannot be brought into AP. At the same time, duty paid liquor also, one cannot carry more than 3 bottles. So, and not only this, we have also taken very strict measures to control brewing of ID arak. In this regard, we have already booked 4 people in PD Acts and another 4 people. We have extended them from the commissionerate limits.
From how many stations is there?
These are from these not only SCB stations. We have 9 SCB stations. Not only that, from all over the law and order police stations also we have gathered this. So basically, what happens is we destroy this liquor and then we give a certificate, destruction certificate, each case wise. And when the case comes for trial, the certificate that we give will be used as evidence, documentary evidence.
Well, this morning coming up on the other side, 2 Indian peacekeepers killed in anti-UN protests in DRC. And UK Prime Minister candidate Rishi Sunak and Liz Truss in fiercest clash yet over tax.
Wherever you are, whenever you want. Republic Livestream. With you everywhere. Republic Livestream. India's #1 streaming news.
Sitting minister has been arrested. Minister's closest aide has been arrested. 22 crore rupees almost in cash has been recovered. And then there are diaries. Black diary of Department of Higher Education, School Education, 40 pages. Executive diary marked as annexure AQ having pages 1 to 31. The envelope having printed on it, Minister in charge, Department of Higher Education, School Education, Parliamentary Affairs, Government of West Bengal, containing 5 lakh rupees in cash. That was found from the residence of the aide of Partha, Chatterjee, a sitting minister in Bengal.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kohli's murder that has taken place.
शक्तियों को लेकर पोस्टर लेकर यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं कांग्रेस के तमाम सांसद और अब यहाँ पर वो धरने पर बैठ गए। राहुल गांधी को कहा गया या तो आप हिरासत में चलिए या फिर आप यहाँ से लौट जाइए। राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
These are the Congress कार्यकर्ता. They are showing their anger against their leader has been detained. No permission for any kind of satyagraha. That's the clear line which has been taken by the Delhi police.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
Here on the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thakre. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track on all the senior leaders coming in and going out. wherever you are, whenever you want. Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news. 200 to 300 supporters are gathered here. Are they trying to stop the car?
पूरी भीड़ नजर आ रही है और ये भीड़ बता रही है कि लोग रुकने वाले नहीं. Two Indian peacekeepers killed in anti-UN protests in the DRC. UK Prime Ministerial candidates Rishi Sunak and Liz Truss in fiercest clash yet over tax. Russia says it will withdraw from International Space Station project after 2024. The United States and Europe rush to roll out monkeypox vaccines to curb the outbreak. European Union agrees to cut natural gas use amidst Russian supply fears. You're watching World This Morning on Republic TV. I'm Rukma, bringing you all the top news making headlines across the globe. And viewers, if you've missed big news stories because you were sitting in the office, no more. Have you missed breaking stories because you were stuck in traffic? Well, not anymore. Now you won't miss a moment. Republic Livestream is up and running. All you have to do is use any device to log on to republicworld.com or any other streaming platform to watch news in HD quality. And now for our top story. The two candidates vying to be Britain's next Prime Minister clashed in a testy televised debate that highlighted the contrasting economic visions of the Conservative Party rivals. Take a look.
Two candidates vying to be Britain's next Prime Minister met in a testy televised debate that highlighted the contrasting economic visions of the Conservative Party rivals. Foreign Secretary Liz Truss promised to cut taxes as soon as she took office, using borrowing mechanism to pay for it.
I would reverse the increase in national insurance. We promised not to raise it in our manifesto in 2019. The people here who voted Conservative for the first time expect us to fulfil our promises. So I'd reverse that increase in national insurance. I'd also have a temporary moratorium on the green energy levy, which would help cut money from fuel bills.
Former Chancellor Rishi Sunak said that he would get inflation under control first, arguing that Truss's plan would increase the public debt and leave people worse off in the long run.
When we get in, we'll have to see what happens to energy bills. I think people have seen from me over the past couple of years that as the situation changes on the ground, I'm always going to respond to support people through it. But that's just about the short term. I think it's also worth us taking a moment to think, well, how do we solve this problem in the long term?
Tempers flared as Sunak said it was not morally right to adapt to the borrowing mechanism to control taxes.
You just mentioned 3 countries. Do you know what mortgage rates are in the US at the moment? Do you want to use them as an example? Their mortgage rates are almost 50% higher than mortgage rates in this country because they're borrowing so much.
Truss maintained that it was sensible to borrow to rebuild from the coronavirus pandemic.
We are an outlier. Everybody understands that COVID is a 1 in 100-year event, and trying to pay it back straight away so quickly that we actually damage our economy, that we end up causing a recession, that we end up in people being out of work, and that hard-working taxpayers who do the right thing have seen their taxes rise, despite the fact that we promised in our manifesto.
The pair are battling to succeed Boris Johnson, who quit as the leader of ruling Conservatives on July 7 after months of ethics scandals triggering a mass exodus of ministers from his government.
And as Prime Minister, I'll take a very, very robust view on making sure that we do stand up for our values and we protect ourselves against those threats, because that's the right thing to do for our security.
The contest has exposed deep divisions within the party as it tries to move on from the tarnished but election-winning Boris Johnson. Agency report, Republic TV.
Breaking news coming in from the Philippines. An earthquake with a magnitude of 7 on the Richter scale hit 14 kilometers southeast of Dolores in the Philippines at 6:13 a.m. today. USGS, as the United States Geological Survey, has reported that the earthquake measured 7 on the Richter scale. So it's a huge magnitude earthquake, and certain details suggest it could be even higher in magnitude, but as of now the US Geological Survey suggests that it measured 7 on the Richter scale. We're trying to get more details about the earthquake, but we do know that it occurred at around 6:13 a.m. And in a mysterious move by Russia, Roscosmos chief has announced that Russia will be pulling out of the International Space Station in 2023. That's next year, to focus on building its own orbiting post. A report.
Transition to step 2. Nearly 23 years after the first module of the International Space Station was launched back in 1998,
right at the last second.
Moscow has announced that it will pull out of the revolutionary project after 2023. Amid an escalation in tensions between Moscow and the West on the backdrop of the Russia-Ukraine war, Russian space chief Yuri Borisov hinted at focusing on building an independent orbiting post for Russia.
Вы знаете, что мы ведем работу в рамках международного сотрудничества на Международной космической станции. Безусловно, все свои обязательства мы выполним перед нашими партнерами, но решение и уход с этой станции после 2024 года принят. Я думаю, что к этому времени мы начнем формировать российскую орбитальную станцию.
The newly appointed Roscosmos chief had earlier held a meet with the Russian President Putin and stressed that the space agency will fulfill all its obligations before exiting the International Space Station.
Основные приоритеты сделаны на создании российской орбитальной станции. И не будем забывать о научном космосе.
Borisov's statement reaffirmed previous declarations by Russian space officials about Moscow's intention to leave the space station after 2024. The International Space Station is currently jointly run by the space agencies of Russia, USA, Canada, Europe, and Japan, and the outpost has been inhabited for 22 years. NASA and other international partners hope to keep the space station running until 2030, but the Russians have been reluctant to make commitments beyond 2024. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Hundreds have been evacuated in the northern regions of the Czech Republic as firefighters continue to battle a severe wildfire. The blaze started over the weekend at the Bohemian Switzerland National Park, which straddles the German and Czech borders. Here's more.
As wildfire rages across Czech Republic and neighboring eastern Germany, Czech Republic firefighters have been into action to evacuate tourists and citizens. 80 people have been evacuated from the border town of Bransko and more from the village of Mezna. Firefighters officials claim that the flames have been destroyed and several homes have been damaged. Dozens of German children were evacuated from a summer camp on a Czech side of the border and transported back to Germany. Czech Prime Minister and Interior Minister were visiting the area. Reportedly, 400 firefighters have been in action and the blaze was not under control in the region. Authorities also claim that the wildfire was triggered by man-made causes rather than the climate crisis. German, Italian and Slovakian firefighters have assisted the Czech Republic's effort to extinguish the blaze. Agency report, Republic TV.
Taiwan's military conducted an annual naval exercise to test its joint defense capabilities against any invasion from the sea. During the exercise, President Tsai Ing-wen boarded a warship to watch the drill, which involved 20 naval vessels and different fighter jets in the waters of the Suao naval base in Yilan. More details in our next report.
After concluding the mock emergency fire drills in the country, Taiwan's military conducted an annual naval exercise to test its joint defense capabilities against an invasion from the sea. During the exercise, President Tsai Ing-wen boarded a warship to watch the drill, which involved 20 naval vessels and different fighter jets in waters of Suao Naval Base in Yilan.
全体水面作战支队的弟兄姐妹，刚才各位精实的操演，展现了中华民国国军保家卫国的能力和决心。我们一起继续努力，守护家园。Good job.
The Air Force's F-16B, Mirage 2000 and the domestically built indigenous defense fighter jets were seen flying in formation and launching flares during the drill.
这个目的主要是为了向国人展现我们坚强的战力及捍卫海疆的决心。
A Navy frigate fired anti-air missiles, a patrol ship launched deep-sea charges and a submarine surfaced during the exercise. The Defense Ministry spokesperson Sun Lifang said that the exercises were held as Taiwan's military continued to monitor movement of Chinese warships and aircraft around the island.
于台海周边共军的基建的动态，国军运用联合情监侦的系统，都能够有效地掌握，适切的应处。同时，我们也有信心、有能力来确保我们国家的安全。
Popularly called as Hang Kuang military exercise, these exercises are Taiwan's largest war games involving all tri-military forces. The sole aim of this event is to test Taiwan's combat preparation in the event of a Chinese invasion. Agency report, Republic TV.
And getting in first first breaking news right now of javelin champion Neeraj Chopra. Neeraj Chopra responds after he withdrew from the Commonwealth Games owing to injury. It's his first response since it was announced that he will not be participating in the Commonwealth Games. The news had come in yesterday, and here's what he says. Hurt about not being able to defend the title, did not want to miss out on another opportunity. This is the first Neeraj response on his having to withdraw from the Commonwealth Games, which are underway in Birmingham. It's the first response from the javelin champion after the announcement that he will not be participating in the Commonwealth Games due to injury. Now Neeraj says that he is hurt at not being able to participate in the games, about not being able to defend the title. And some more international news now. Ukrainian Minister German Galushchenko has said that Ukraine has full support to the deal agreed to by the European Union to deliver natural gas against any further supply cuts by Russia. Galushchenko was participating in the European Union meeting on winter gas supplies in Brussels.
Not only Ukraine and the Europe, we are now supposed to face probably the most difficult energy crisis in decades, and we have experience with Russian. Numerous times Ukraine was cut off supply of gas in the middle of winter, and this several time experience we managed to survive. And what is important, of course, I want to share this experience of Ukraine, which we had before.
Russia's defense ministry has claimed that over 40 foreign mercenaries have been killed by a Russian missile strike near the Donetsk region. The Russian ministry spokesperson Igor Konashenkov has claimed that the strike was launched from a deployment point of the Foreign Legion unit. Myanmar's military government has rejected widespread criticism and condemnation that has followed the execution of 4 political prisoners. Remember, Myanmar's ruling military had announced that it had executed 4 activists accused of aiding terror acts, which sparked widespread condemnation. Germany's Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock takes a jibe at her Russian counterpart Sergei Lavrov's comment on the government in Kyiv. Earlier, Lavrov said that Moscow's goal in Ukraine is to free its people from its unacceptable regime. Baerbock also addressed the wildfires in the border region of both Germany and the Czech Republic. Taiwan's military conducts annual naval exercise to test joint defense capabilities against invasion from the sea. During the exercise, President Tsai Ing-wen boards a warship to watch the drill, which involved 20 naval vessels and several fighter jets at the Suao Naval Base in Yilan County. President Tsai also thanked the naval personnel for carrying out the drill. Coming up next on World This Morning, the United States and Europe both rush to roll out monkeypox vaccines to curb the outbreak. Also coming up, European Union agrees to cut natural gas use amid Russian supply fears.
Wherever you are, whenever you want. Republic Live Stream. With you, everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Sitting minister has been arrested. Minister's closest aide has been arrested. 22 crore rupees almost in cash has been recovered. And then there are diaries. Black diary of Department of Higher Education, School Education, 40 pages. Executive diary marked as annexed AQ having pages 1 to 31. The envelope having printed on it, Minister in charge, Department of Higher Education, School Education, Parliamentary Affairs, Government of West Bengal, containing 5 lakh rupees in cash. That was found from the residence of the aide of Partha, Chatterjee, a sitting minister in Bengal.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kohli's murder that has taken place.
को लेकर पोस्टर लेकर यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं कांग्रेस के तमाम सांसद और अब यहाँ पर वो धरने पर बैठ गए। राहुल गांधी को कहा गया या तो आप हिरासत में चलिए या फिर आप यहाँ से लौट जाइए। राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
These are the Congress कार्यकर्ता. They are showing their anger against their leader has been detained. No permission for any kind of satyagraha. That's the clear line which has been taken by the Delhi police.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
This worker was seen hitting the paramilitary personnel.
बड़ी तस्वीर आपको बता रहे हैं। पहले ये देखिए बाउंड्री गिर चुकी है।
वो सुचिता दलाल the journalist who introduced you to Chitra Ramakrishnan.
And hundreds have begun receiving the monkeypox vaccine in Barcelona in Spain. The vaccination campaign in Catalonia began last week with a limited number of vaccines. The rollout of the vaccine will exceed as the European states have given a nod to Danish pharmaceutical Bavarian Nordic to mark the monkeypox vaccine across Europe.
Days after the World Health Organization declared monkeypox a global emergency, the European Union has granted approval to Danish pharmaceutical Bavarian Nordic to market vaccines for the monkeypox virus.
Hace una revisión el viernes y al ratito me contactaron preguntándome si estaba interesado en vacunarme hoy y dije evidentemente que sí, porque bueno, yo me quedo más tranquilo, es una forma también, ¿no? Pues de frenar, más si estamos considerados un colectivo de más de riesgo, y del mismo modo que me vacuné en su momento del COVID.
Hundreds of people have begun receiving the monkeypox vaccine in Barcelona in Spain. The vaccination campaign in Catalonia began last week with a limited number of vaccines. Doctors opined that they were targeting first at-risk groups such as homosexuals and transgenders, since the majority of cases have been registered among such patients.
Que están haciendo la profilaxis preexposición para el VIH, porque significa que pueden tener un mayor riesgo al tener mayor número de parejas sexuales o mayor incidencia de algunas infecciones de transmisión sexual, o también el consumo de drogas para tener sexo, es el fenómeno que llamamos de chemsex, que también sabemos que implica un mayor riesgo de otras ITS, y también dirigido a personas con VIH.
Similar WHO declarations were made for the Zika virus in 2016 in Latin America and the ongoing effort to eradicate polio, in addition to the COVID-19 pandemic and the 2014 Ebola outbreak in West Africa. The declaration could spur further investment in treating the once rare disease and worsen the scramble for scarce vaccines. Agency report, Republic TV.
And in major news, coming in from the Democratic Republic of Congo, 5 people have been killed and 50 were injured on the second day of a demonstration in Congo's eastern city of Goma against the United Nations mission in the country. Citizens of Goma have asked the UN forces to leave the country. Here's more.
There is a palpable anger in the Democratic Republic of Congo amid a deteriorating security situation. In the recent clash between the UN forces and the rebel army, 2 border security forces hailing from India were martyred. Protests in the Congo's eastern city of Goma stormed a warehouse belonging to the forces of the United Nations peacekeeping forces. They accused the United Nations mission known as MONUSCO of consistent failure to provide security in the region.
Inapitikana hapa MONUSCO anaua mtu mmoja ni jene anaua watu mbili hapa kugazi anapasuna na mwingine mgulu basi hatubataki batoke Nord Kivu baende kwao basi ndio mwisho.
The protesters claim that even after 20 years there is no peace in the region.
Chaenda ndio sie tunamaliza plus de 20 ans au Congo. Hakuna amani mu Nord Kivu, hakuna amani mu Este. Koma M23 atakuwa na arme yenyewe iko ya kuzidia yenye MONUSCO iko nayo.
The UN Peacekeeping MONUSCO mission has come under regular local criticism for its perceived inability to stop fighting in the conflict-torn East.
Aujourd'hui, nous manifestons pour que la MONUSCO puisse partir à l'immédiat. Comme elle n'a pas voulu partir hier, aujourd'hui, nous voulons que la MONUSCO puisse partir et nous laisser notre Congo.
Goma lies in far east of the country, where clashes between Congo-based army and rebel groups have displaced hundreds of inhabitants in the recent months. Even after more than 20 years of United Nations peacekeeping missions, the situation still remains hostile, with many rebel groups associated with the Islamic State terror groups. Congo also accused the neighboring Rwanda of backing the rebel group. The Congo government condemned the attack on the United Nations peacekeeping forces. As there is no relief from the ongoing violence in the Democratic Republic of Congo, hundreds of people continue to block roads and chant anti-UN slogans. Agency Report, Republic TV.
Well, that's all in World this morning. Coming up in the Morning Express, Bengal cash scam gets bigger. TMC MLA Manik summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. Next, coming up. Stay tuned. Also coming up, Sonia Gandhi summoned for the third time by the ED in freedom struggle for profit scam.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
Amity University has India's largest scholarship program, from which over 25,000 brilliant students have already benefited. Students with over 95% in Class 12 boards get 100% scholarship, and students with over 90% get 50% scholarship. Join brilliant, like-minded students who want to be successful. Apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
Sitting minister has been arrested. Minister's closest aide has been arrested. 22 crore rupees almost in cash has been recovered. And then there are diaries. Black diary of Department of Higher Education, School Education, 40 pages. Executive diary marked as annexure AQ having pages 1 to 31. The envelope having printed on it, Minister in charge, Department of Higher Education, School Education, Parliamentary Affairs, Government of West Bengal, containing 5 lakh rupees in cash. That was found from the residence of the aide of Partha, Chatterjee, a sitting minister in Bengal.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kola's murder that has taken place.
शक्तियों को लेकर पोस्टर लेकर यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं कांग्रेस के तमाम सांसद और अब यहाँ पर वो धरने पर बैठ गए। राहुल गांधी को कहा गया या तो आप हिरासत में चलिए या फिर आप यहाँ से लौट जाइए। राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
These are the Congress कार्यकर्ता. They are showing their anger against their leader has been detained. No permission for any kind of satyagraha. That's the clear line which has been taken by the Delhi police.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news. Here on the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thackeray.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
Explosive details emerge in the Bengal cash scam. Can the TMC wash its hands off the scam now? The Bengal cash scam gets bigger. The TMC MLA Manik is summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. Sonia Gandhi summoned for the third time by the Enforcement Directorate in the freedom struggle for profit scam. The BJP's Yuva Morcha leader Praveen Netaru is hacked to death by unidentified people in Bellary. Probe is underway. And the fourth suicide case is reported in Tamil Nadu. Big concern over safety of students in the state. Good morning and thank you very much for staying with us on Republic TV. This is the Morning Express. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Now we know that you're always on the go. Now get your news on the go because Republic lets you stream as you go. Republic live stream ensures that you can tune in to the news in HD quality without having to turn to a TV. No more waiting till the end of the day to catch up with the news of the day. You can get the high-end TV quality experience right on your phone, tablet or any device. Well, let's now move on to some news that's just coming in. We are learning that there has been another suicide that has been reported in Tamil Nadu. Now, Yoga Lakshmi, a 16-year-old girl in Sivakasi, Virudhanagar district, has allegedly hung herself at her home last evening. It is said that her parents were daily wagers and weren't at home when she returned from school. The Sivakasi police have started an investigation and have sent the body for postmortem to Sivakasi Government Hospital. The reason for this suicide is being investigated. The police, we are given to understand, have already lodged a case in this particular case. I think we've got Varshini live. She's reporting from Chennai on this. Varshini, good morning. Varshini, give us more details of what the police are saying, at least for now.
If you see, this is another suicide case that has been reported in the state. It's definitely creating a very big impact in the state, as we've seen 3 other female students in the state committing suicide in the past 2 weeks. And though the school managements and the families and the government is trying to take action as possible, this case is again definitely shook the state. And we hear that the girl has come back home from the school, and when she found that her parents were not home and her grandmother, who used to be at home during this time, had also gone out for a while, she had used that opportunity to hang herself at her house. She was found hanging in the school uniform itself when the grandmother came back from a nearby shop, and she was the one who found the girl hanging, and she had immediately informed to the neighbors, and the family and the neighbors who had rushed to the house had immediately informed to the police. The police have now retrieved the body and have sent the body for postmortem, and we hear that the investigation by the Sivakasi district police have also begun, and they're also trying to figure out from different angles whether anything else has been linked to her decision, if there is any suicide note or any dying declaration or video confession that the student has left. So the police are trying their maximum to figure out what exactly was the reason for the girl to come back home and hang herself. So we will get to know more details out of this investigation very soon.
Absolutely. Varshini over there reporting from Chennai. Thank you for joining us. She's pointing out preliminary investigations have begun. Now, another suspected case of monkeypox has been traced in Telangana's Khammam district. In the second case, we are given to understand that samples are being sent to NIV Pune, and the patient is being kept in an isolation ward in a government hospital. Now, the first suspected case of monkeypox is now negative. This is news that's just coming in. We are now given to understand that there could perhaps be a second suspected case of monkeypox that is being reported from Telangana's Khammam district. Now, this comes in even as there has been an alert sounded by various health authorities in the country over cases of monkeypox being detected. Now, initially, of course, there were a suspicion that these were people who were arriving from abroad, but there seem to be more cases that are homogeneously also coming out. Let me go across to Aneri. She's reporting from Hyderabad on this. Aneri, good morning. Aneri, now this is the second case of monkeypox that's being reported from Telangana, but any idea as to whether this person had travelled abroad or come back? All right, we haven't been able to establish that link with Aneri. We're going to try and get her back in just a bit. But earlier, of course, there was a high alert that's been put in place across various airports in the country, especially those which have international airports, cities. Those were put under high alert. But we're now given to understand that health authorities in the country could also be looking at growth in cases at home. Now, there are several people who have no travel history. And they could now be reporting monkeypox symptoms. This is the second case that we are getting in from Telangana. However, fortunately, the first case that was reported seems to have been negated. I'm going to go back to Aneri. Aneri, give us more details of this particular suspected case. Now, did this person have a travel history?
Well, that's right, Nupur. This is the second suspected case which has been reported in Telangana. The first one was from Kamareddy, which had a travel history from Kuwait. However, now the reports of the first suspected case is tested negative. So now this is another case of monkeypox, suspected monkeypox case. Well, now the officials say that the samples will be sent to NIV Pune, and the person has been shifted to the fever hospital, which is turned out into a nodal hospital by the authorities for better treatment.
All right, Aneri bringing us those details. Thank you. All right, we're now bringing you visuals of the official car of Partha Chatterjee that is now being handed back to the State Assembly. He was using this car as a council minister. Now, we are given to understand that several of those perks which were given into Partha Chatterjee have now been taken back. This, of course, is even as he continues to remain in the ED's custody. He was questioned yesterday, and one of the key things that the ED is looking for in its investigation into this cash scam is the link that is being drawn to Arpita Chatterjee. Now, she's also in custody. The ED, of course, has been wanting to interrogate the two together to be able to get more details on the money trail, as well as to get more details on how this scam actually worked. So, pictures on your screen are of the car that is now being handed back. Of course, these are privileges that MLAs get. Not just MLAs, he's, of course, also the minister that ministers get, and those now being taken back. All right, even as these privileges that are given to him are being taken back, what we are looking at is an explosive investigation that is being conducted by the Enforcement Directorate. Now, there is mountains of cash that has been seen. There appears to be a black diary in which there are details of how this scam was actually going forward. I think we've got Priyanka on this. Yes, Priyanka, good morning. Priyanka, even as the investigations go forward, what we are given to understand is that several of those privileges which he had are now being taken back.
Well, that's right, and those are the visuals, in fact, that we have also accessed about this car as well that had been seized by the authorities. And we have seen how the entire procedure is also going forward with respect to the black diary and the seizure list as well, with respect to how more and more properties and all of that is also being seized.
All right, I think we seem to have lost that audio connection with Priyanka. We're going to get her back, but we have, of course, been bringing you the latest in terms of the investigation into this case. Now, we've of course seen mountains of cash. There is also talk of this black diary that was seized by investigation authorities. It is believed to have a large amount of details. Now, we've also seen the Arpita Chatterjee link. But now, if the ED sources are to be believed, there is a school connection. An ultra-luxury private school has been raided by the Enforcement Directorate. It's clear that there is more to the case than meets the eye. So we at Republic reached ground zero to investigate ourselves. Here is the investigative report.
In a mega investigation, Republic accessed documents that mention BCM International School in Pingla, West Medinipur.
These school premises were then raided by the Enforcement Directorate, and these premises, of course, are also worth about 45 crores is what we are learning. And there is also a Partha Chatterjee link that is going to be now investigated by the Enforcement Directorate.
So we at Republic TV reached ground zero.
Behind me, there is a school called BCM International School. The abbreviation BCM stands for Babli Chatterjee Memorial International School. And who is Babli Chatterjee? Babli Chatterjee is or was Partha Chatterjee, West Bengal's ex-education minister's wife.
Right from the entrance, it is clear that this is a high-end school, modern systems, luxurious interiors. Some on the spot are unaware that this school has been named in the Bengal cash scam case.
আমি একটু কাইন্ডলি একটু এইটুকু রিকোয়েস্ট আপনি দুটো পর্যন্ত পে করুন। আমরা স্যার স্টাফ, আমরা ম্যাম স্টাফ, আমরা অত কিছু জানি না।
এটা আমরা জানি না, হেড ম্যাডাম আছে, আমরা এখানে সার্ভিসে হেড ম্যাডামের কাছে আপনি যখন অ্যাপয়েন্টমেন্ট হেড ম্যাডামের কাছে গেলে আপনি বুঝতে পারবেন যে কী ব্যাপার। আমি এটা জানি না, কার আমি তো এখানে সিকিউরিটি ডিউটি করছি এইটুকু। আর স্কুল কত 2 বছরের মতো আগে লকডাউনের সময় থেকে এটা মানে।
But in casual conversation, local hints at Partha Chatterjee link. Hear this man in the pink shirt.
না একবার এসেছিলেন জানি, হ্যাঁ পুলিশ ছিল যখন রাস্তা দিয়ে পাস করছিলাম, হ্যাঁ এই ছিল রাস্তায় যেতে যেতে দেখলাম যে সব পুলিশ সব দাঁড়িয়ে আছে। হ্যাঁ এবারে উদ্বোধনের এই ছিল বা সম্বোধনা কি একটা ব্যাপার ছিল এরকম হঠাৎই প্রোগ্রামের ব্যাপার ছিল, অতটা ঠিক মনে নেই, তো মাস 3-4 এরকম একটা হবে আর কি।
And even this bike born local.
সব থেকে ব্যাপার বড় যে এত বড় একটা স্কুল করেছে, স্কুল পার্থ চট্টোপাধ্যায় করেছে, তারই জানি না শুনেছি আর কি। এত বড় একটা স্কুল হয়েছে, ছেলেকে ভর্তি করেছি, সারা বছরের ফিজও জমা দিয়ে দিয়েছি, তারপরে যদি স্কুল বন্ধ হয়ে যায় খুব চিন্তার বিষয় আর কি ছিল। স্কুল কর্তৃপক্ষ কিছু বলছে না, স্কুল কর্তৃপক্ষ বলছে স্কুল চলবে, কোনো রকম কোনো সমস্যা নেই।
Finally, over call with headmistress, we are told the school is indeed named after Partha Chatterjee's late wife.
What is the full form of BCM? পুরো নামটা কি?
বাবলি চ্যাটার্জি মেমোরিয়াল
ইন্টারন্যাশনাল আন্তর্জাতিক স্কুল। বাবলি চ্যাটার্জি মানে পার্থ চ্যাটার্জির স্ত্রী। আচ্ছা,
ওনারই
প্রয়াত লেট।
Interestingly, the school website names Kalyan Moy Bhattacharya as the founder, the exact name of Partha's son-in-law. The BJP has been raising questions about the school since May 2022. So what secrets does the school hold in Bengal cash scam? A Republic investigation report.
Now, there is more trouble erupting for the TMC as the Enforcement Directorate has summoned another MLA in connection with West Bengal State Service Commission's teacher recruitment scam. The enforcement agency has summoned another MLA named Manik in the case, thereby making progress on the case that was the cause for several protests in West Bengal recently.
After accessing cash-filled envelopes with the insignia of the West Bengal Education Ministry, after finding a mountain of over 20 crores in cash, after getting hold of a cash scam diary,
what really had been going on with respect to the money laundering, the dubious financial transactions? Does the Black Diary also have the names of the agents who had been working with Partha Chatterjee in this entire matter and the kind of financial transactions that were done by these agents as well? It is a big breakthrough for the Enforcement Directorate as they have found this Black Diary.
it appears that the case is not going to be limited to Partha Chatterjee and his aide Arpita, who was sent to ED custody till August 3. Now, TMC MLA Manik Bhattacharya has been summoned for questioning at the agency's Kolkata office.
We have seen that another name of the TMC MLA, Manik Bhattacharya, has also come to light, who had been the ex-president, who is in fact the ex-president of the West Bengal Primary Education Board, and that is why we see a very crucial link now that will perhaps also emerge with respect to the dubious financial transactions, the money laundering charges, but also the SSC scandal that had been investigated, that was being investigated, and the line of questioning that was done by the CBI earlier.
In June, the Calcutta High Court removed Manik Bhattacharya from the post of President of the West Bengal Board of Primary Education, making some very scathing observations. It's the first summons since Partha's arrest. It is getting harder for the TMC to distance itself.
আর যদি কেউ অন্যায় করে থাকে বিচারে প্রমাণিত হয় তার দায়িত্ব সে নিজে নেবে, তা কারণ গভর্নমেন্টও এর সাথে রিলেটেড নয় আর পার্টির সাথেও ওই মহিলার কোনো সম্পর্ক নেই।
Now, it remains to be seen just how much bigger the case gets. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
News is coming in. The BJP Yuva Morcha leader Praveen Netharu has been hacked to death by unidentified people in Bellary. Now, following the incident, security has been heightened in Mangaluru and Section 144 has been imposed in Puttur district. 3 talukas of Dakshin Kannada district have also called for a volunteer bandh. Puttur, Sulia and Kadaba taluks will be shut today, protesting against the BJP leader's murder. 2 private education institutions have also declared a holiday. I think Sanjay Raut is joining us and he has more details on what happened. Sanjay, good morning. Sanjay, give us more details of what took place. We are given to understand that he was hacked to death by unidentified people in Bellary.
Yes, in Bellary area in Sulia Taluk, Dakshin Kannada district. And security has been beefed up in every nook and corner of Dakshin Kannada district. What we also get to learn is the autopsy is completed, and anytime now the mortal remains of Praveen will be handed over to the family. And what we also get to learn is the family members as well as BJP workers and friends of Praveen Netharu are planning to take the procession of the mortal remains of Praveen from the hospital to his residence. Keeping all those things in the mind, keeping law and order situation in the mind, there is 144 section which has been imposed and even the security has been beefed up. Remember, what we get to learn through our police sources is that the vehicle, the bike-borne assailants who had attacked and killed Praveen Netharu had come from Kerala. They had KL registration vehicle, and there are also police which has been deployed in Mangalore and Kerala borders to search of these perpetrators. And even Karnataka Chief Minister has tweeted about this and requested people not to take law and order to their own hands, and the police will act as soon as possible on the scene.
Now, in the past few days, Sanjay, we have seen, some sort of tension in Dakshin Kannada district, and also, as you're pointing out, there appears to be apprehension of violence and of things turning unruly over this. Sanjay, can you hear me? I was asking you that, in the past few weeks, we've seen reports of, some tension in Dakshin Kannada district. But as you're pointing out, with this murder, is there apprehension of violence?
Yes, in the past few days, we have noticed that several incidents, including where Bajrang Dal activists had barged into a pub was being reported, and few days back a Muslim youth was murdered in the same area in Bellary of Sulia district, Sulia Taluk. And following that, now one more incident has come to light of this particular incident, and police are on the toe to keep law and order situation under control. And they are doing the level best. As of now, everything seems to be under control, and they have imposed 144 section. And few education institutions have also declared holidays protesting against this particular murder in Sulia and Puttur district, Puttur Taluk of the Dakshin Kannada district.
Absolutely. For the moment, Sanjay, thank you for joining us. But as Sanjay was pointing out, Karnataka's Chief Minister Basparaj Bommai has expressed his deep condolences to the family of the BJP leader and assured them that justice will be done.
Late Tuesday evening, a horrific and gruesome murder was reported in Dakshina Kannada district of Karnataka. District Secretary of the Bharatiya Janata Party Yuva Morcha, Praveen Netaru, was brutally murdered by lethal weapons used by unidentified people. Unrest prevailed as huge crowd gathered outside Bellary police station after news of Praveen's murder spread like wildfire. Praveen owned a poultry shop near the Bellary area where he was attacked by bike-borne assailants with a machete while returning home after completing his business for the day. Karnataka's Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai condemned Netaru's murder. Taking to Twitter, he said that perpetrators of such heinous act will be arrested soon and punished under the law. He also paid condolences to Praveen's family.
This communal tension simmering in Dakshin Kannada in Karnataka after another brutal murder. And it appears that in this particular case as well, it may have been a case of targeted killing, where a BJP youth secretary at the district level identified as Praveen Netaru has been murdered. It appears from initial reports that this may have been a case of revenge killing, is what we are hearing, after another youth from another community was murdered a few days back after being attacked. Republic TV is live from Mangaluru and also Dakshina Kannada, tracking the story as it develops. There is a huge police presence, especially given that on Tuesday evening after the murder of Praveen, there was a large presence outside the hospital as family, friends, supporters came out protesting against the law and order situation and how this murder was allowed to happen. And Republic TV is live from Dakshin Kannada today, and stay tuned for our coverage on the murder of Praveen, the BJP district secretary who was killed.
The local police has filed a complaint and further probe is underway. The murderers are still on the run and the manhunt is on. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
An FIR has been filed by the police after Supreme Court lawyer Vineet Jindal received a threat note. The note had a line written that said, "Sar tan se juda hai." Jindal says this is not the first time he's received such threats. As heavy rains continue to lash several areas of Rajasthan, causing a severe flooding in the state, cars are being flown away in floodwaters bursting through highways in various areas throughout the city. The Jodhpur district collector has ordered a holiday on Tuesday for schools due to current circumstances. That, of course, was yesterday. According to the Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla, families of 5 people, including 4 children, died due to heavy rains in Jodhpur. The Supreme Court will issue its ruling regarding a number of arguments contesting different aspects of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. The ruling by the 3-judge bench of A.M. Khanwalkar, Dinesh Maheshwari and C.T. Ravi Kumar is expected to have an impact on a significant number of opposition figures, including Sonia and Rahul Gandhi of the Congress party. The Prime Minister's office has announced that on the 28th and 29th of July, Prime Minister Modi will go to Gujarat and Tamil Nadu. Prime Minister will inaugurate and lay cornerstones of a number of Sabar dairy projects in Gujarat's Sabarkantha before travelling to Chennai. Manik Bhattacharya, TMC lawmaker, has called for questioning by the ED, which is looking into the West Bengal teacher recruitment scam's money laundering complaint. On the 22nd of July, the ED carried out search operations in Bhattacharya's home as well as those of other people who were allegedly involved in the recruitment scam. You are watching Republic TV, and up next, Sonia Gandhi is summoned for a second round of questioning by the ED in the freedom struggle for profit scam. A fourth suicide case is reported in Tamil Nadu. Big concern over safety of students in the state.
Whenever you want. Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge.
I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Sitting minister has been arrested. Minister's closest aide has been arrested. 22 crore rupees almost in cash has been recovered. And then there are diaries. Black diary of Department of Higher Education, School Education, 40 pages. Executive diary marked as annexure AQ having pages 1 to 31. The envelope having printed on it, Minister in charge, Department of Higher Education, School Education, Parliamentary Affairs, Government of West Bengal, containing 5 lakh rupees in cash. That was found from the residence of the aide of Partha, Chatterjee, a sitting minister in Bengal.
Wherever you are, whenever you want. Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kola's murder that has taken place.
शक्तियों को लेकर पोस्टर लेकर यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं कांग्रेस के तमाम सांसद और अब यहाँ पर वो धरने पर बैठ गए। राहुल गांधी को कहा गया या तो आप हिरासत में चलिए या फिर आप यहाँ से लौट जाइए। राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
These are the Congress कार्यकर्ता. They are showing their anger against their leader has been detained. No permission for any kind of satyagraha. That's the clear line which has been taken by the Delhi police.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts to India?
Mr. Bhandari, just one question, sir.
Mr. Malia, why the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer?
Top headlines at 8:30. Explosive details emerge in the Bengal cash scam. Can the TMC wash its hands off the scam now? Bengal cash scam gets bigger. TMC MLA Manik Bhattacharya now summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. Sonia Gandhi to be quizzed for the second time by the Enforcement Directorate in the freedom struggle for profit scam. BJP Yuva Morcha leader Praveen Netaru hacked to death by unidentified people in Bellary, probe underway. Fourth suicide case reported in Tamil Nadu. Big concern over safety of students in the state. tuning in. You're watching the Morning Express, and I'm Samiksha Srivastava. We know that news. We know that you always on the go. Now get your news on the go because Republic lets you stream as you go. Republic live stream also ensures you can tune into the news in HD quality without having a TV around. No more waiting till the end of the day to catch up with the news of the day. You can get the high-end TV quality experience right on your phone, tablet, or on any other device. Straight away, starting with our top story this morning, TMC MP at the Rajya Sabha, Sushmita Dev spoke exclusively to Republic following the suspension of several MPs following the alleged misconduct, with the MP talking about how the suspensions were uncalled for and that the opposition's right to discuss issues was being undermined.
I want to start by asking you, what exactly happened inside the parliament today? If the issue was essentially about price rise, how did it end up with suspension on 19 MPs?
You see, we have been moving a notice, which is the appropriate procedure in Parliament, to say that let us debate and discuss and hear the government on price rise, which is a burning issue. And of course, the way the GST has been implemented on many essential basic commodities, consumables that a common man uses through packaged goods. Now, repeatedly, that request is being denied. And there is no plausible reason why. First, we were told that no, it is a discretion of the chair. Then they said the finance minister is not well. She has COVID. We agreed that it's not fair to expect her to come. But any other minister can hear the debate and reply to it. For instance, the commerce minister or any other senior minister could reply. But repeatedly to deny a burning issue that is impacting the nation in Parliament goes against the basic tenets of democracy. And for us to stand back and allow that is dereliction of our duty as leaders of the opposition. That's the reason we raised our voices, and the order came from the chair saying, why are you all protesting? But we stand strongly firm that it is our right to debate and discuss in Parliament the burning issues, and we will not move away from that. And let me tell you that most of the opposition parties had a similar demand. So I don't think that it is ruckus like you're showing on your scroll. It is a democratic right to demand a discussion, which we have been continuously demanding. It makes a mockery of the parliamentary system, which is repeatedly happening in this parliament since BJP came to power.
Ms. Sushmita Dev, there are visuals of the Rajya Sabha clearly showing that the MPs were not just creating a ruckus. Now, you're taking umbrage because I'm calling it a ruckus because I'm qualifying it. Hear me out. When you're essentially seeing papers being thrown at, but seated themselves on the steps of the well in the Rajya Sabha house. Now, I need to ask you this. Is this how discussions are essentially to be held? Do you really think that the outrage is essentially legitimate when the deputy chairman of the Rajya Sabha, Harivansh, has only enforced Rule 256, which says that the chairman, if he deems it necessary, name a member who disregards the authority of the chair, following which a motion can be passed in the House to suspend a member?
You see, it is one thing to say that it's the authority of the chair, but every authority comes with a duty, Mr. Sen, and that duty is to let the parliamentarians discuss and debate what is ailing the nation. If it is repeatedly denied, if those rights are repeatedly denied, what is it you expect us to do? On the one hand, people say, where is the opposition? Why are they not raising their voice? You know, the Modi government is getting away scot-free with price rise, with diesel and petrol prices going to the rooftop, LPG gas cylinder prices going to the rooftop. Now, what could be a plausible reason? I ask you, if you were inside the parliament and you are asking for a debate on price rise, don't you think that the way the discretion of the chair is being used is unfair to the opposition?
Moving on then, 19 MPs were suspended from the Rajya Sabha for misconduct on Tuesday. The MPs were suspended from the upper house of the parliament for the remaining part of the week. Remember, this comes after they reached the well of the house, protesting, demanding discussion on the issues of inflation and the recent GST hike.
As the opposition continued its pandemonium strategy, 7th day of the monsoon session, the presiding officers were forced to first name and then suspend as many as 19 opposition MPs in Rajya Sabha. That was on Tuesday, and Monday we saw the Lok Sabha Speaker suspending 4 of the Congress MPs. It seems that the opposition, despite assurances by the government that it is open to the idea of having a discussion on price rise in the parliament, just waiting for the finance minister Nirmala Sitharaman to recover out of COVID.
Amid heavy sloganeering and unruly protests by the opposition, 19 members of the parliament were suspended from Rajya Sabha on Tuesday. These 19 Rajya Sabha parliamentarians have been barred for a week from attending the monsoon session of the parliament. The suspended parliamentarians have been accused of unruly behaviour. The ruckus and suspension comes just a day after 4 MPs were suspended in the Lok Sabha. In the name of protest, papers were thrown at the chair. The session's productivity was hampered. But the opposition continues to stay defiant.
दुख है कि सरकार ने और चेयर की तरफ से हमें महंगाई पर और जीएसटी पर बोलने का मौका नहीं दिया.
While they continue to question what they call violation of parliamentary democracy.
Modi and Shah have suspended democracy. What are you talking about MPs?
क्योंकि ये तो मनमानी हो रही है. अगर कोई शब्दों का चयन होता है तो उसको अनपार्लियामेंट्री कह देंगे. अगर हम आवाज उठाते हैं जनता की तो आप उसको सस्पेंड कर देंगे. ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है. ये चाहते ही नहीं, एक प्रजातंत्र के उसूलों में विश्वास नहीं रखने वाले लोग हैं, ना संवैधानिक तौर तरीकों पे.
The BJP has called for discipline and discussion for a smooth functioning of the House and questions the opposition's conduct.
The chair made many appeals that they may allow the smooth functioning of the House, particularly since the government has repeatedly stated, both in the House and outside the House, that we are ready for discussion on any issue, including price rise. And we have agreed for the demand that it should be done at the earliest.
1 0-hour discussion on price rise itself. It is hoped that both the opposition and the treasury benches can come together and salvage rest of the monsoon session from getting washed out.
Bureau Report, Republic TV.
A quick roundup from the world of sports. India is all set to host the Women's 50-over World Cup in 2025 after the BCCI won the bid during the ICC annual conference in Birmingham. After more than a decade, the ICC flagship tournament will return to the nation. A Women's 50-over World Cup was last played in India in 2013. Germany underwent training ahead of Euro 2022 semi-final opposite France in England. Earlier, Germany beat Austria in their quarter-final to book their place in the Final Four. Paulo Dybala was introduced to Roma fans recently. The Argentina international signed for the club on a 3-year deal after his contract expired with Juventus. During 7 seasons with the Turin-based side, he helped them win 12 trophies, including 5 Series A titles. 8th seed Lorenzo Musetti booked his place in round of 16 at the Croatia Open with a win over Aljaz Bedene. Mixed martial arts is relatively new to Algeria and newer for women practitioners, but mixed martial arts has just recently attracted female practitioners as well in a country where combat sports is usually dominated by men, although Algeria produced international women fighters in judo and karate for decades. A very short break. On the other side, we'll get you the latest as Sonia Gandhi to be quizzed again for second time by the Enforcement Directorate in the Freedom Struggle for Profit scam. And BJP Yuva Morcha leader Praveen Nitaru hacked to death by unidentified people in Bellary, probe underway.
Wherever you are, whenever you want. Republic
Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
Amity University has India's largest scholarship program, from which over 25,000 brilliant students have already benefited. Students with over 95% in Class 12 boards get 100% scholarship, and students with over 90% get 50% scholarship. Join brilliant, like-minded students who want to be successful. Apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
Sitting minister has been arrested. Minister's closest aide has been arrested. 22 crore rupees almost in cash has been recovered. And then there are diaries. Black diary of Department of Higher Education, School Education, 40 pages. Executive diary marked as annexure AQ having pages 1 to 31. The envelope having printed on it, Minister in charge, Department of Higher Education, School Education, Parliamentary Affairs, Government of West Bengal, containing 5 lakh rupees in cash. That was found from the residence of the aide of Partha, Chatterjee, a sitting minister in Bengal.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kohli's murder that has taken place.
तख्तियों को लेकर, पोस्टर लेकर यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं कांग्रेस के तमाम सांसद, और अब यहाँ पर वो धरने पर बैठ गए। राहुल गांधी को कहा गया या तो आप हिरासत में चलिए या फिर आप यहाँ से लौट जाइए। राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
These are the Congress कार्यकर्ता. They are showing their anger against their leader has been detained. No permission for any kind of satyagraha. That's the clear line which has been taken by the Delhi police.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news. Here on the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thackeray. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track on all the senior leaders coming in and going out. Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news. Me and my VJ are together. Absolute pandemonium, chaos. In fact, massive security thrown around. Big push diplomatic visit, which is going to be, of course, capped by the Quad leaders meets. Uddhav surrounded himself with unelectable coterie. You expect these people to dictate terms to a grassroots strong leader like Eknath Shinde?
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kohli's murder that has taken place.
Rahul, you want to say anything about the questioning?
200 to 300 supporters are gathered here. They're trying to stop the car.
पूरी भीड़ नजर आ रही है और ये भीड़ बता रही है कि लोग रुकने वाले नहीं।
Welcome back. back now. In order to counter China's 5G network installed at the line of actual control in eastern Ladakh, the Indian Army has planned to set up its own 4G and 5G based mobile cellular networks. The Army has also issued a request for information that lists the requirements, the implementation and the delivery of the project.
Some of the measures being brought in by the government, now announced by the government, include acquisition of bulletproof jackets, which has been one of the longest standing demand. Bulletproof jackets with specifications of the highest standard, including the BIS 6 level of protection. Apart from that, to combat current complex paradigms of warfare, the government has also given approval of induction of 4 lakh close quarter carbines.
Following the 16th round of military talks that ended in a stalemate, China fell back to its old tactics at the line of actual control. The Chinese army rolled out 5G network for surveillance at the line of actual control. In order to counter China's 5G network installed now, the Indian Army has planned to set up its own 4G and 5G based mobile cellular network. To roll out this mega infrastructure plan, the Army had issued a request for information that lists the requirements, the implementation and the delivery of the project. This network will be used in the mountainous terrain of the region to ensure smooth communication at altitudes of up to 18,000 feet. The network is envisaged to provide reliable and secure voice, messaging and data services in the intended area of coverage to support operational requirements of field formation. In the two-part RFI, the Army listed its requirements and revealed its intentions of using the cellular network. The report stated that the companies bidding for the project meant to deliver the communications equipment must deliver the services within 12 months of winning the contract. The RFI of the Indian Army clearly highlighted that the network must be inaccessible to any unauthorized and illegitimate user or other radio access technology networks. The Army also underscored that the service providers must be open to port application layer secrecy. With this, network provider must ensure high bandwidth, low latency, reliable and secure voice, mobile and data services to the Indian Army and must support global accepted standards.
The acceptance of necessity that has been given by the Modi government. This pertains to first is the acquisition of the bulletproof jackets of the BIS 6 standard, that is the Indian standard for the bulletproof jackets for the safety of the Jawans that have been deployed along the line of control and line of actual control.
Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And breaking news coming in from Sri Lanka in the visuals is Danish Ali, who's been arrested by the state CID. Remember, he's the protester, one of the many protesters, the protester to have barged inside the state television office in Sri Lanka on 13th of July. And in fact, in this visual, you can see the CID nabbing this particular person, Danish Ali, his name is. He's been arrested aboard flight to Dubai. He was trying to flee Sri Lanka, and as you can see, those are the officials there who have nabbed him. He had in fact forcibly entered Sri Lanka's state television during the protest which happened in Sri Lanka. And in the visuals, you can see Danish Ali being arrested as he was trying to flee the country. We are told that a warrant had also been issued against him for his arrest, and as he was trying to flee to Dubai, he's been arrested from this particular flight. So in the visuals, you can see how he's being forcibly taken there by the state CID there as he was trying to flee the country. He's the person to have entered forcibly the state-run television office on 13th of July. And in the visuals, you can see how he's being forcibly taken This one the news coming in from Sri Lanka, the person who's been arrested while he was trying to flee to Dubai from Sri Lanka. He's one of the many protesters who took to streets, protested against the Rajapaksa and family. In the visuals that surfaced just a few days back, we also saw how Danish Ali had forcibly entered the state-run television office, and following which the court, we are told, had issued a warrant as well for his arrest. And as in the visuals you can see, he's now been arrested by the CID as he was trying to flee the country. So the visuals coming in from Sri Lanka, where the protester who's now been arrested, his name identified as Danish Ali.
The Congress interim president Sonia Gandhi is all set to be interrogated by Enforcement Directorate once again. This has led to Congress workers again hitting on street. Will their normal life be affected? For all these updates, stay tuned to Republic Media Network.
Minister has been arrested. Minister's closest aide has been arrested. 22 crore rupees almost in cash has been recovered. And then there are diaries. Black diary of Department of Higher Education, School Education, 40 pages. Executive diary marked as annexure AQ having pages 1 to 31. The envelope having printed on it, Minister in charge, Department of Higher Education, School Education, Parliamentary Affairs, Government of West Bengal, containing 5 lakh rupees in cash. That was found from the residence of the aide of Partha, Chatterjee, a sitting minister in Bengal.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kohli's murder that has taken place.
शक्तियों को लेकर पोस्टर लेकर यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं कांग्रेस के तमाम सांसद और अब यहाँ पर वो धरने पर बैठ गए। राहुल गांधी को कहा गया या तो आप हिरासत में चलिए या फिर आप यहाँ से लौट जाइए। राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
These are the Congress कार्यकर्ता. They are showing their anger against their leader has been detained. No permission for any kind of satyagraha. That's the clear line which has been taken by the Delhi police.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news. Here on the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thakre. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track of all the senior leaders coming in and going out. Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live stream with you everywhere. Republic Live stream, India's #1 streaming news. Me and my VJ are together. Absolute pandemonium, chaos, fact, massive security thrown around. Big push diplomatic visit, which is going to be, of course, capped by the Quad leaders meets. Uddhav surrounded himself with unelectable coterie. You expect these people to dictate terms to a grassroots strong leader like Eknath Shinde?
आप देख रहे हैं इस समय यहाँ पे अब पूरी की पूरी प्रिपरेशन की जा रही है। किसी भी समय यहाँ पे महाराष्ट्र के अगले मुख्यमंत्री आने वाले हैं।
ये मिनट टू मिनट आर टू आर पेट्रोलिंग इस समय दिल्ली की सड़कों पर।
कांग्रेस वर्कर वाज सीन हिटिंग पार्लियामेंट्री पर्सनल। बड़ी तस्वीर आपको बता रहे हैं। पहले ये देखिए बाउंड्री गिर चुकी है।
और सुचिता दलाल द जर्नलिस्ट हु इंट्रोड्यूस्ड यू टू चित्रा रामकृष्णन।
Updates coming in on the monkeypox scare in the country. First suspected case of monkeypox has been detected in Patna. Second suspected case reported from the national capital. So the first suspected case of monkeypox that has been reported from Patna. Remember, 4 cases of monkeypox have been confirmed till now. A suspected case of monkeypox coming to light from Patna, another one from the national capital. Piyush is joining us. Piyush Shori joining us live to give us all those updates. Piyush, another case of suspected monkeypox from Patna and another one from the national capital. Give us more details.
Well, definitely, this is one of the basic health emergencies now which has started beginning to emerge from our country. After reporting cases from Kerala, Telangana, now suspected monkeypox cases have also now begun to emerge from places like Patna and Delhi. What we've been told by our sources is that there's a second monkeypox case now which has come from Delhi. Earlier, 2-3 days before, a 31-year-old person was suspected, with monkeypox cases. Ironically and surprisingly, that person did not have the travel history. We've also been told that the second person also not been having a travel history. So it is now going to be very interesting.
Minister has been arrested. Minister's closest aide has been arrested. 22 crore rupees almost in cash has been recovered. And then there are diaries. Black diary of Department of Higher Education, School Education, 40 pages. Executive diary marked as annexure AQ having pages 1 to 31. The envelope having printed on it, Minister in charge, Department of Higher Education, School Education, Parliamentary Affairs, Government of West Bengal, containing 5 lakh rupees in cash. That was found from the residence of the aide of Partha, Chatterjee, a sitting minister in Bengal.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kohli's murder that has taken place.
को लेकर पोस्टर लेकर यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं कांग्रेस के तमाम सांसद और अब यहाँ पर वो धरने पर बैठ गए। राहुल गांधी को कहा गया या तो आप हिरासत में चलिए या फिर आप यहाँ से लौट जाइए। राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
These are the Congress कार्यकर्ता. They are showing their anger against their leader has been detained. No permission for any kind of satyagraha. That's the clear line which has been taken by the Delhi police.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news. Here on the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thakre. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track of all the senior leaders coming in and going out. Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news. Me and my VJ are together. Absolute pandemonium, chaos. In fact, massive security thrown around. Big push, diplomatic visit, which is going to be, of course, capped by the Quad leaders meets. Uddhav surrounded himself with unelectable coterie. You expect these people to dictate terms to a grassroots strong leader like Eknath Shinde? आप देख रहे हैं इस समय यहाँ पे अब पूरी की पूरी प्रिपरेशन की जा रही है। किसी भी समय यहाँ पे महाराष्ट्र के अगले मुख्यमंत्री आने वाले हैं।
ये मिनट टू मिनट, आर टू आर पेट्रोलिंग इस समय दिल्ली की सड़कों पर पेट्रोलिंग हो रही है।
शरद पवार का पहले ट्वीट आया, उसके बाद यहाँ पे कंफर्मेशन हुआ है एनसीपी एज अ पार्टी शपथ ग्रहण में यहाँ पे मौजूद होगी।
Me and my VJ are together. Absolute pandemonium, chaos, in fact, massive security thrown around. Big push, diplomatic visit, which is going to be, of course, capped by the Quad leaders meets. Uddhav surrounded himself with unelectable coterie. You expect these people to dictate terms to a grassroots strong leader like Eknath Shinde?
Well, it is a shocking political killing in Bengaluru. The BJP's Yuva Morcha leader Praveen Nettaru is hacked to death in Bellary. Massive anger over the BJP leader's death. Section 144 is imposed in Bengaluru's Puttur. Karnataka's chief minister assures strict actions as won't spare the culprits. The Bengal cash scam gets bigger. The TMC MLA Manik is summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. Sonia Gandhi is to be quizzed again for the second time by the Enforcement Directorate in the Freedom for Struggle profit scam. A fourth suicide case is reported in Tamil Nadu. Big concern over safety of students in the state. Good morning. You are watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Well, we know that you are always on the go. Now get your news on the go as well, because Republic lets you stream as you go. Republic live stream ensures that you can tune into news on HD quality without having a TV around. No more waiting till the end of the day to catch up with the news of the day. You can get the high-end TV quality experience right on your phone, tablet or any other device. And let's get on with the news now. BJP Yuva Morcha leader Praveen Nettaru has been hacked to death by unidentified people in Bellary. Following this incident, security has been heightened in Bengaluru and Section 144 has been imposed in Puttur. 3 taluks of Dakshin Kannada district have also called for a volunteer bandh. Puttur, Sulya and Kadaba taluks have been shut for today. They're protesting against the BJP leader's murder. 2 private education institutions have also declared a holiday in Puttur. Vivekanand and Ambika institutions will not conduct any classes today. So the situation over there in Puttur and Bellary remaining tense. Sanjay Raut is reporting on this. He's in Bengaluru right now. Sanjay, give us an overall sense of what's happening. Of course, the police have launched an investigation, but there does seem to be considerable tension in the area.
Absolutely. The situation is quite sensitive and the security has been beefed up every nook and corner of Sulya and Puttur Taluk. And what we also get to learn from police sources is that the family members, BJP workers and friends of Praveen Nettaru are planning to take the procession of mortal remains from a hospital to his residence. Keeping all those things in the mind, police have imposed 144 section and they are requested family members as well as BJP workers not to try to take law and order in their own hand, and the police also promised to take stringent action and arrest the culprits, assailants as soon as possible.
All right. So the situation over there, of course, continuing to remain tense. Now, Sanjay, as far as the police investigations go, any more leads that you are getting right now in terms of who could be behind this murder?
See, so far, the police have got the lead that this particular vehicle, the bike-borne assailants who had murdered Praveen are based out from Kerala, because that particular vehicle had a KL registration. And apart from that, the police don't have any other clue, because these are unknown assailants who had attacked Praveen last night. And keeping all these things in mind, the police also trying to get more information on previous act. What we also get to learn is a few days back, one Muslim youth, Masood, was murdered, and subsequently 8 people were arrested by the police. At that point of time, they emotions were quite high, where people threatened that if you are killing one person from our community, there might be one more person who might die from the opposite community. Following that, this particular incident has been taken place, and police is investigating in all possible angles to look into this particular issue. As of now, police have not given any kind of reaction on this, but what we get to learn through our sources is that they have the information that the vehicle which was being driven by these people, by one assailants, are registered from KL. And remember that Mangalore shares a border with Kerala, where Kasaragod is adjacent to Mangalore district.
Absolutely. As you're pointing out, obviously the police are looking into various angles, but situation in Dakhin Kannada and particularly in Ballari has been quite tense for quite some time now. It's, there is a bit of sensitivity.
Absolutely. As I told you that in a span of a month, there are two murders which have been reported from this particular area alone. And remember, this particular taluk comes in the Dakshin Kannada, which is very close to the borders of Kerala. And the Masood, whom I was mentioning earlier, he was also from Kerala, from Kasaragod, and he was murdered in Mangalore. He was shifted to a private hospital, but he had succumbed to injuries. And subsequently, 8 people were arrested by the police. And after that, this is a second murder which has been reported. And Praveen is a BJP Yuva Morcha district secretary in Sulya area in Puttur. And now the police have beefed up the security. Remember, last night the BJP workers, you can see the visual, BJP workers were staging a protest in front of a hospital demanding justice and the assailants to be arrested as soon as possible by the police.
All right, as Sanjay Raut is pointing out, of course, the police are investigating various angles, but there is considerable anger amongst BJP workers over this killing. Now, Sanjay, any comments that we are getting from BJP leaders on this? Of course, as you were pointing out earlier, there is a Bandh call that has also been given.
See, what we get to learn is Karnataka Chief Minister has already tweeted and criticized and said that the perpetrators will be booked and stringent actions will be taken against all those people. And what we also get to learn from the Chief Minister's office is that Chief Minister have given strict warnings to the BJP local leaders of Mangalore and Puttur, requesting them not to get into any kind of law and order situation and maintain peace. Tomorrow, JP Nadda and several other senior leaders are visiting Karnataka, and keeping all those things in the mind, the security has been beefed up and they don't want any kind of untoward incident to be reported from the state of Karnataka. And what we also get to learn is that tomorrow Karnataka BJP government is also completing 3 years. So keeping all these things in the mind, even the government doesn't want any kind of law and order situation in the state, and nothing should be reported, nothing untoward should be reported from Sulya or Puttur. So keeping all those things in mind, senior officials are also deployed and been asked to take care of law and order situation.
Absolutely. So as you're pointing out, obviously security appears to be a very big concern right now for the state government. Section 144 has been imposed. Now, also give us more details in terms of what measures, preventive measures, have been put in place.
No, as you rightly pointed out, 144 section has been imposed, and many shops have voluntarily shut down. Their shops are protesting against this. A few education institutions have declared holiday for their schools and colleges, and security has been beefed up in all the checkposts, especially the border shared with Kerala, to find out these assailants. And apart from that, the investigation is happening. Everything seems to be under control. As of now, no untoward incident has been reported, but police are quite tense because the family members, friends, and the supporters of BJP are planning to take out a procession of mortal remains of Praveen Netturu. And in case if a similar thing, what was been reported earlier this year in Shivamogga district, when Asha Hindu was murdered, there was violence which was being broke out, where vandalism, arson was being reported in Shivamogga. And keeping all those things in the mind, police have warned people and requested people not to take law and order in their hand, and 144 section is also being imposed. And we need to wait and watch how it will be the procession in Mangalore. Whether what has happened in Shimoga will be repeated or it will be a peaceful march to his house. We need to wait and watch.
All right, as Saga is pointing out, of course, Bellary appears to be on the edge after the killing of a BJP Yuva Morcha worker, Praveen Nitaru. Now, he was brutally hacked to death. The police, of course, have lodged a complaint and are investigating. And here's a look at some news in brief this morning. The Indian government has allowed private companies to spend from their corporate social responsibility funds, that is CSR funds, for the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. Now, the campaign under Azadi Ka Mahotsav is aimed to promote awareness about the Indian national flag. In a shocking incident, a class 11 student committed suicide in Tamil Nadu's Sivakasi district by hanging herself at her home last evening. The Sivakasi police have started investigating and have sent the body for a post-mortem to Sivakasi Government Hospital. The reason for the suicide is still being investigated. The Aam Aadmi Party will hold a protest outside the BJP headquarters in New Delhi against the Hooch tragedy in saffron-ruled state of Gujarat. According to a senior state police official, the death count due to the consumption of spurious liquor in Gujarat's Botar district went up to 28. The Aam Aadmi Party's national convener and Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal on Tuesday met people and their families who fell ill after drinking spurious liquor in Botar district of Gujarat. The Chief Minister further questioned the Gujarat government that if a state is a dry state, then how is alcohol being sold openly? Now, in yet another setback to the Uddhav camp, the newly formed Shinde Fadnavis Maharashtra government has said that they are reviewing 400 government orders that were issued earlier by the MVA government. This decision was taken to avoid unnecessary burden on the state exchequer. The Enforcement Directorate on Tuesday has issued a notice to the Church of South India Bishop Dharmaraj Rasalam to appear before it today in connection with investigation into corruption allegations at the church's Karakonam Medical College. Now, refuting claims of the Trinamool Congress that the centre was using agencies like the ED to break the unity of political parties, the BJP MP Dilip Ghosh has said that it is not the job of agencies to form or break any party. The remarks of the BJP MP came days after the TMC minister Partha Chatterjee was arrested by the ED in connection with the West Bengal cash scam. Well, going across to news that we are getting on the TMC cash scam. Now, the BJP's Shehzad Poonawalla has now launched a scathing attack on the TMC over the Bengal cash scam, demanding action against tainted ministers. Now, this comes even as, of course, the investigation that is being conducted by the ED is getting out some murky details as to how this scam took place and the kickbacks that were received.
Of West Bengal government has come, and it shows that it is positive for TMC. Too much corruption. But some in the West Bengal government are saying it is too much coincidence. Can it be too much coincidence now that pictures have also appeared that Arpita was sharing the official stage of the TMC on several occasions? That Arpita, the person from whom 21 crores has been recovered, in her house had the envelopes of West Bengal Education Department. Is it too much coincidence that the same Arpita was being praised by Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee in the presence of Partha Chatterjee in a public program, and she was lauding her for the good work? Is it too much coincidence that conveyance deeds have been found from Arpita's house, which, as per the media, links Partha Chatterjee with Arpita Mukherjee? Is this all too much coincidence, or is it too much corruption? And now, when the entire matter has come to the fore, it is clear that this is a case of corruption by the TMC, for the TMC, and of the TMC. Mamata Banerjee cannot absolve herself by merely saying that she did not know or that somebody made a mistake. This is not a mistake. This is a mahapap. And the question that needs to be asked is that was it happening with the indulgence of the topmost officers of West Bengal government, including the Chief Minister, or was it happening with the ignorance of the Chief Minister? Because if it is ignorance of the Chief Minister, then it is complete administrative failure. And if it is indulgence of the Chief Minister, then accountability must be fixed at every level. The fact of the matter is that it is a court of law, the High Court, that has indicted the West Bengal government for this kind of massive corruption that was done with the youth and the youngsters of West Bengal, both with the teachers and those who wanted to be taught by those teachers. Is it not true that the High Court Division Bench had even indicted the West Bengal Minister, Mr. Adhikari, and had cancelled the appointment of the daughter of Mr. Adhikari? What action has been taken on Mr. Adhikari, whose daughter's appointment was also cancelled? This shows that in West Bengal, corruption has been institutionalized, and every institution is only working towards the aim of corruption. And therefore, Mamata...
Now, even as the ED, of course, continues its investigation into this case, Kishale joins us from our Bangla newsroom to give us more details as to how these investigations are progressing. Now, Kishale, one of the key details that have now emerged appears to be the manner in which this scam actually went ahead. Now, this black diary that has been confiscated by the ED could hold several of those secrets.
Exactly, this black diary and several other pocket diaries that has been recovered from Arpita Mukherjee's house are the key to this investigation. That's what the investigators and ED is thinking right now. We know from our sources that there are several key informations in the black diary which include the names of the candidates who would be recruited in spite of their names not being in the merit list. There are names in the black diary whose marks and whose numbers would be increased so that they could be included in the merit list, and then they would be recruited. All of these reasons, all of these key informations are reasons for ED to investigate this black diary in a very important way so that the link between Arpita Mukherjee and Partha Chatterjee could be established even further. What we have update today is that Partha Chatterjee can be taken for medical test from CGO, where the ED office is there, to Joka ESIC hospital, as the court has ordered that every 48 hours there should be one medical test for Partha and Arpita Mukherjee. They would be taken for medical tests. That's what our sources are telling us, and after that ED would be starting their grilling process, their interrogation again as they did yesterday. Today there is a chance that ex-minister Manik, he would also be called and he would be interrogated along with Partha Chatterjee, and they would be interrogated together so that ED could get a more clearer picture about this. There is also a chance that Arpita Mukherjee and Partha Chatterjee will be interrogated together. So we are looking at what's happening in the ED office today closely, as our reporters on ground are reporting us and our sources are telling us about the whole picture.
In fact, let's get in a word from Pinky, who's reporting from outside the ED's office. Now, Pinky, good morning. Pinky, we are also hearing right now that the agency has issued summons to Manik Bhattacharya, the TMC MLA, and they believe that he could also perhaps be connected to this cash scam.
देखिए, आज मानिक भट्टाचार्य को आज बुलाया गया है, आज समन किया गया है, क्योंकि कुछ ऐसा डॉक्यूमेंट्स पार्थ चटर्जी के घर से मिला है जो डॉक्यूमेंट्स के बेसिस में ही मानिक को फिर से आज समन किया गया है। ईडी आप सोच रहे हैं कि उन दोनों को फेस टू फेस बैठाकर इंटरोगेशन किया जाए, इससे बहुत सारा इन्फॉर्मेशन मिलेगा, यही सोच रहा है ईडी। पहले आपको बता दूं कि पार्थ चटर्जी के घर में जब रेड हुआ था उस वक्त कुछ टेट एग्जाम का कुछ ऐसा रिवाइज रिजल्ट्स एंड मोर डॉक्यूमेंट्स कुछ मिला था। वो डॉक्यूमेंट्स के बेसिस में ही आज मानिक को फिर से इंटरोगेशन करना चाहता है। इससे पहले भी मानिक भट्टाचार्य के घर में रेड हुआ था, छापेमारी हुआ था, क्योंकि इसके पहले पार्थ के घर में जब रेड हुआ उसी दिन मानिक के भी घर में भी रेड हुआ। इसीलिए ईडी को लगता है कि इस दोनों के बीच में जो रिवाइज रिजल्ट मिला है उन दोनों के कनेक्शन क्या है, ये सामने आने के लिए इस बारे में इंटरोगेशन के लिए आज मानिक को यहाँ पर बुलाया गया है। आज 12 बजे सीजीओ कॉम्प्लेक्स में मानिक भट्टाचार्य को समन किया गया है। मैं अभी दिखाना चाहती हूँ कि अभी सीजीओ कॉम्प्लेक्स, कोलकाता का सीजीओ कॉम्प्लेक्स में, सॉल्ट लेक सीजीओ कॉम्प्लेक्स में आज जो सिक्योरिटी है बहुत टाइटन है। सीआरपीएफ जो है वो यहाँ पर मौजूद है, फोर्सेस है, एक्स्ट्रा फोर्सेस है स्टेट पुलिस की तरफ से, बैरिकेड्स किया गया है क्योंकि दो हैवी वेट्स, एक पार्थो चैटर्जी एंड अर्पिता को भी आज इंट्रोगेशन किया गया है। अर्पिता एंड पार्थो के कुछ डॉक्यूमेंट्स पाया गया है, कुछ डीट अकाउंट्स पाया गया है। इस डीट अकाउंट्स में ऐसा कुछ ट्रांजैक्शन हुआ है 2012 साल से 2022 साल तक जिसमें बहुत सारा ट्रांजैक्शन 2020 से 2022 तक बहुत सारा ट्रांजैक्शन पाया गया है। इस ट्रांजैक्शन में कुछ ऐसा भी इंफॉर्मेशन मिला है कि कुछ प्रॉपर्टी भी ट्रांसफ़र हुआ है। इसके साथ एसएससी स्कैम का कुछ लिंक है कि नहीं, ये रुपये टेट के साथ लिंक्ड है कि नहीं, ये सब इन्वेस्टिगेशन करने के लिए ईडी चाहता है अर्पिता, पार्थो एंड ऑल्सो मानिक भट्टाचार्य के इंटरोगेशन के लिए करना चाहता है।
All right, Pinky, do stay with us. I'm going to go across back to Kishale now. Kishale, there has been considerable heat on the TMC now to perhaps remove him from the state cabinet, and of course his car that he's used for about 15 years now was actually surrendered back to the West Bengal Assembly. Now, is that a sign of things to come for him?
Exactly. As we saw, Mamata Banerjee had said very clearly that if someone is related to any scam, she won't be surprised, she won't be taking any stand for that person, and she wants that person to be punished. That's what she said on stage in Bongo Bhushan Samman, which happened in West Bengal 2 days back. Now, what we are getting to know today is that Partha Chatterjee, the condition right now is that he would be interrogated along with Manik Bhattacharya, as Pinky said, and also there is a chance that he would be interrogated along with Arpita Mukherjee. So if more information comes out, it is a possibility that he will lose all of his positions that he had in his party and in his cabinet, as Mamata Banerjee already said that she is against any kind of scams. Now, right now, the BJP, as we also played their bites, their reactions, the BJP and the oppositions are saying that not only Partha Chatterjee, but more ministers, and some are even saying even the chief minister is also aware about all these scams. So that's what the opposition is saying. So the opposition wants a more deep investigation into the matter, and they want to include more ministers, more faces who are included in this scam, and even the chief minister in some cases. So at one hand, the chief minister of West Bengal is clearly saying that if Partha Chatterjee or anyone else is related to any scam, they have done any mistake, she just wants them to be punished and nothing else. And on the other hand, the opposition is saying even the chief minister and other ministers as well are aware about this scam. They are also connected to many of other scams, so they should also be investigated. This is at one hand the political stand of the chief minister and the political scenario of West Bengal. On the other hand, the investigation is taking its own track, as Partha Chatterjee is going to be presented before Manik Bhattacharya, and both of them would be together when ED will interrogate them. Also, there is a chance that Partha Chatterjee will be taken for medical checkup today, and that's what Pinky said, that there is a heightened security in front of the ED office or the central government office complex in Salt Lake in West Bengal, in Kolkata.
All right, I'm going to go back to Pinky now. Pinky, you are reporting from the ED's office in Kolkata. What we're given to understand is about 12 o'clock. That's the time that we are expecting Manik Bhattacharya to make an appearance over there.
देखिए, अभी तक मानिक भट्टाचार्य के हम लोग बहुत सारी कोशिश किए थे, अभी तक कोई रिस्पांस नहीं है, मगर आज 12 बजे तक उनको बुलाया गया है, समन किया गया है ईडी ऑफिस में। और आपको बता दूं, टेट का इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहा है ईडी एंड जॉइंटली सीबीआई ऑल्सो। और इसके लिए मानिक भट्टाचार्य को इंटरोगेशन के लिए एक स्पेशल क्वेश्चन शीट भी रेडी किया गया है। क्या है इस क्वेश्चन शीट में? ईडी टेट एग्ज़ाम के कुछ डॉक्यूमेंट्स जो आया है, वो डॉक्यूमेंट्स हाथ में रहकर इस मानिक भट्टाचार्य को इंटरोगेशन करना चाहता है। उसके बावजूद भी वो चाहते हैं, जो डॉक्यूमेंट्स मिला है अभी तक, उसको भी छानबीन करने के लिए, उसको भी दिखाने के लिए कि क्या क्या है इस डॉक्यूमेंट्स में और क्या क्या स्कैम हुआ था। एसएससी स्कैम में अभी पार्थो एंड ऑल्सो अर्पिता को बहुत सारा क्वेश्चन किया गया है, बहुत इंटरोगेशन किया गया है, उनसे भी बहुत सारा इन्फॉर्मेशन अभी तक मिला है। जो इन्फॉर्मेशन मिला है वो इन्फॉर्मेशन को रख के वो चाहते हैं कि मानिक को भी इस बारे में क्वेश्चन किया जाए, क्योंकि कुछ स्टेट का रिवाइज रिजल्ट पार्थ चटर्जी के घर से मिला है और कंप्लेन ये है कि रुपए लेकर वो किसी को नौकरी देता था और ये टेट एग्जाम में
So those are allegations that are being laid out by the CBI and the Enforcement Directorate. Both Pinky and Kishale, thank you for joining us for the moment. And news just coming in, we're now learning that boxer Lavleena Borgohain has thanked the Union Sports Minister Anurag Thakur, the Department of Sports and Sports Authority of India, that's SAI, for the prompt and rapid action to include her coach Sandhya Gurung's name in the CWG list now. So that's an acknowledgement that's coming in from Lavleena Borgohain, thanking the Union Sports Minister Anurag Thakur for timely action that has been taken. This is news that's just coming in. We are learning that this pertains to the inclusion of coach Sandhya Gurung's name in the CWG list. Now, do remember, of course, Indian athletes are now headed for the Commonwealth Games that are taking place in England this year. So, Lavleena Borgohain thanking Anurag Thakur as well as SAI for prompt and timely action that has been taken. You are watching Republic TV, and up next, it's a shocking case that's emerging out of Dakhin Kannada district where a BJP Yuva Morcha district secretary was butchered to death.
Whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Amity University has India's largest scholarship program, from which over 25,000 brilliant students have already benefited. Students with over 95% in Class 12 boards get 100% scholarship, and students with over 90% get 50% scholarship. Join brilliant, like-minded students who want to be successful. Apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
Sitting minister has been arrested. Minister's closest aide has been arrested. 22 crore rupees almost in cash has been recovered. And then there are diaries. Black diary of Department of Higher Education, School Education, 40 pages. Executive diary marked as annexed to AQ having pages 1 to 31. The envelope having printed on it, Minister in charge, Department of Higher Education, School Education, Parliamentary Affairs, Government of West Bengal, containing 5 lakh rupees in cash. That was found from the residence of the aide of Partha, Chatterjee, a sitting minister in Bengal.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kola's murder that has taken place.
को लेकर पोस्टर लेकर यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं कांग्रेस के तमाम सांसद और अब यहाँ पर वो धरने पर बैठ गए। राहुल गांधी को कहा गया या तो आप हिरासत में चलिए या फिर आप यहाँ से लौट जाइए। राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
These are the Congress कार्यकर्ता. They are showing their anger against their leader has been detained. No permission for any kind of satyagraha. That's the clear line which has been taken by the Delhi police.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news. Here on the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thakre. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track of all the senior leaders coming in and going out. Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news. Me and my VJ are together. Absolute pandemonium, chaos. In fact, massive security thrown around. Big push diplomatic visit, which is going to be, of course, capped by the Quad leaders meets. Uddhav surrounded himself with unelectable coterie. You expect these people to
आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
A day after Republic broke the stunning Black Diary details and the sensational property investigation on the Partha Chatterjee mega cash scandal in West Bengal, the ED investigation continues today. Sensational development as TMC MLA Manik summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. Sources say he may be brought face to face with Partha Chatterjee. Shocking case emerging out of Dakshin Kannada district with BJP Yuva Morcha district secretary butchered to death. Massive protests erupt and Section 144 put in place in Puttur district after murder of a BJP youth wing leader. Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai assures that the culprits will not be spared. No panic yet, but monkeypox scare in India continues. Second suspected case reported in the capital and first suspected case in Patna now. After a 6-hour grilling on day one, Sonia Gandhi to be grilled again today in the freedom struggle for profit scam. Hello and welcome to this edition of Live and Breaking. I'm Rukma. Well, Republic has launched Republic Livestream that gives you 24/7 HD quality breaking news. Never again do you have to worry about missing out on the news. Republic Livestream matches the experience you get on a television. Now you can watch Republic on cable TV, DTH and live stream it too. Experience the news the way you want, wherever you want and whenever you want. And now for our top story. Congress leader Mallikarjun Kharge says the opposition will be meeting at 9:30 today. That's past 9:30 to discuss suspension of members of parliament. As our viewers are aware, after a ruckus created by various members in the Rajya Sabha yesterday, 19 of them were suspended. And Mallikarjun Kharge, veteran Congress leader, now has called for a meeting to discuss the matter. So key opposition meet to discuss suspension of MPs after that ruckus they created and they were suspended in the Rajya Sabha yesterday. Harsha, to tell us more, Harsha, well, it's just
It's almost 9:30, just a few seconds left perhaps. Tell us what you're hearing about this key opposition meet that Mallikarjun Kharge has called for.
Exactly. We saw the kind of ruckus and chaos which was created by opposition leaders inside Parliament in the Rajya Sabha, the upper house. 19 Rajya Sabha MPs were suspended. Then after they threw paper on the chair, towards the chair, we saw Sanjay Singh also, we saw TMC MPs also. And today, Congress senior leader Mallikarjun Kharge has called for a meeting of opposition where TMC will also be participating, because many TMC leaders including Dola Sen have also been suspended amongst those 19 Rajya Sabha MPs who were suspended yesterday. And we saw what kind of ruckus was caused yesterday. Continuously, the speaker on chair was continuously saying that if any issue has to be brought in, a proper discussion has to be taken, not the disruption. But again, then we saw how they were shouting, how they were showing placards, how they were throwing paper on the chair, because of which 19 Rajya Sabha MPs were suspended. And today, again, to discuss the strategy and their work in the Parliament, how they are going to do the gherav of the government inside the Parliament. Today the strategy will be decided by Mallikarjun Kharge along with other opposition leaders as well at his residence. So opposition leaders have started reaching to Mallikarjun Kharge's place, where this entire meeting will take place after 19 Rajya Sabha MPs have been suspended. Now the strategy forward planning of opposition in the Parliament will be discussed today. How? Because Parliament will be starting off.
Well, Harsha will be coming back to you, but let's listen in to more details on this story.
आज फिर सदन में हम खास करके जो मुद्दे हम 7 दिन से लगातार उठा रहे हैं, ये 8वां दिन है। तो महंगाई को लेकर जो प्राइस राइज दिन पे दिन बढ़ते जा रहे हैं, आवश्यक वस्तुओं पे जो बहुत बड़ा जीएसटी लगाया गया है, वो सामान्य जनता के हित में नहीं है। लोग परेशान हैं। एक तरफ उनको मजदूरी नहीं है, एम्प्लॉयमेंट नहीं है, दूसरे तरफ हर चीज़ महंगे होते जा रहे हैं। लोगों को अपना जीना मुश्किल हुआ है। इसीलिए सदन में हम लगातार इसको लेकर हम आवाज़ उठा रहे हैं, लेकिन सरकार चर्चा के लिए तैयार नहीं है। मैं खुद चेयरमैन से मिला और कहा कि आप चर्चा को अनुमति दो, डेट दो और समय दो, टाइम दो। हम चर्चा के लिए तैयार हो जाएंगे और ये जो गड़बड़ चल रहा है इसको भी हम रोकेंगे। तो सरकार मानने के लिए तैयार नहीं।
सर, सरकार का ये है कि अभी वित्त मंत्री कोविड पॉजिटिव है, तो एक बार स्वस्थ हो जाए उसके बाद इस पे चर्चा कराएंगे।
देखिए, सदन तो बार बार नहीं मिलता एक, और ऐसा है हमारे देश के जो लोकतंत्र में कैबिनेट का कोई भी मंत्री जिसको ज्ञान है इसके बारे में बोल सकते हैं। यही नहीं कि जो मंत्री संबंधित मंत्री है वही बोलना, ऐसा नहीं है। चंद
Well, you were just listening in as senior Congress leader Mallikarjun Kharge was speaking about the opposition's concerns, as he said, on price rise and rising cost of living. He said that he had made a personal request to the chairman of the House in order to discuss the issue, but the government is not willing to do so.
कल वो ले मशाले वाला गाना आप लोग गाएंगे सब साथ में, सभी लोग कोशिश करेंगे। आप कोई सब लोग जो गाएंगे दिल से गाएंगे, क्योंकि देश में अंधेरा छाया हुआ है
वो मशाल की जरूरत है, सब लोग लेकर निकले। ले मशाले चल पड़े हैं लोग मेरे देश के, मशाले चल पड़े लोग मेरे देश के, ले मशाले चल पड़े हैं लोग मेरे देश के, मशाले चल पड़े लोग मेरे देश के।
मैं कांग्रेस और
अब अंधेरा जीत लेंगे लोग मेरे देश के। मोदी तेरे जुल्मों को
And getting you inside visuals from the All India Congress Committee office there in New Delhi. Mega drama at the AICC headquarters. Well, it's another day of questioning as at the hands of the ED for Congress interim president Sonia Gandhi. Let's get you all the details. Our correspondents Piyush Ori and Harsha on the scene. First of all, coming to you, Piyush, we are getting those visuals of the drama, the mega drama that the Congress clearly taking advantage of this opportunity to get some limelight, to get back into the limelight, can we say? Tell us what's happening now. What are their demands at this point?
So, the weak stature of Congress all over the country because of the election defeats which it is getting. This is the perfect time for the Congress party, the grand old party of what it was called, to gain the stature. And they have perfectly used this opportunity of Sonia Gandhi being interrogated by Enforcement Directorate to make a political statement. As you can see from the All India Congress headquarters that there is a massive protest being going on, and to make sure that the Congress workers and Congress leaders over here do not create any ruckus, do not create any untoward incident, there is a heavy deployment of rapid action force police officials along with the Delhi police officials to make sure that there is no untoward incident that takes place. Mind you, the All India Congress headquarters is located in a very central part of Delhi, so it is very important for these officials to maintain the security cover. Having said that, as I again said, that this is a perfect time for Congress to again gain the stature. One can definitely argue that is the means being adopted by them of only supporting the party, of only supporting a family over the party. Is that viable or not? Is that justifiable or not? But for Congress party workers, they are very determined. They are very steadfast of saying that whatever may, they are going to stand behind the family. And yes, despite us raising very uncomfortable questions to them that why are they getting so uncomfortable when Enforcement Directorate is only questioning the Gandhi family over their taking over the Young India assets, So they do feel very uncomfortable of answering these questions, and they in many occasions have even snubbed us away. But we have always been very determined of asking them very uncomfortable questions. And as I said again, that this is a perfect time for them to gain that stature which they have lost because of the election defeats. I'm reporting from the Congress headquarters.
Piyush, we'll be coming back to you to get more details about who these workers are. Are they more women? Are they young youth leaders and so on? But let's go across to our correspondent Harsha, who's with us as well. Harsha, a short while back we were listening in to Mallikarjun Kharge as he was talking about a key meet. While on the one hand they are creating a ruckus in the Rajya Sabha and getting themselves suspended, can we say, over what they say are concerns of a price rise, which they say that the government is not addressing. Here we have them conducting a mega drama outside the AICC office. What particularly are their demands? They are not speaking anything about, the exact specifics as far as the questioning of the ED is concerned. What are their demands? Tell us more. We'd like to understand.
Exactly. If we talk about the kind of protest which Congress is creating, it is from Sansad to Sadak. They have entire way they have done the protest in Sansad. Yesterday we saw in the issue of price rise and GST inflation how they reached to the well and how the opposition leaders were suspended. On one side they are creating all the chaos and ruckus inside Parliament, marching towards Rashtrapati Bhavan, creating ruckus in Lutyens Delhi at the Vijay Chowk, the center of Delhi, the center of Parliament area. And now if we talk about National Herald case, everywhere there's a violent high voltage drama from Delhi to Hyderabad to Bangalore to UP. Every part of the country they are creating this high voltage drama. We are seeing NSCY leaders, we are seeing AICC workers, we are seeing Congress high weighted leaders, how they are on Sadak and protesting against this ED questioning of Sonia Gandhi. But one thing is very clear. Whenever Republic asks them the question regarding the loan which Congress has given to AJL, regarding the properties which Congress under the name of YIL Young India have purchased of AJL worth 2,000 crore rupees, the complaint which was filed by Subramaniam Swamy, they have no answer. In every question they clearly says that this is a political vendetta, this is the kind of dictate.
किस तरीके के सवाल उनसे किया जाता है और उनके बाद
সম্বলিত ব্যাংক সংক্রান্ত কোনো তথ্য নিয়ে তারা এসেছেন যেগুলো হয়নি, তুমি দেখতে পাচ্ছ সেই ছবি মানিক ভট্টাচার্য যাকে কিন্তু জিজ্ঞাসাবাদ করা হবে।
Chakraborty arriving there. So Partha Chakraborty's questioning continues at the hands of the Enforcement Directorate in Kolkata. Those are visuals. We are getting you there. We're trying to get in touch with a reporter as well to tell you about the arrival of Partha Chatterjee at the ED office for a round of questioning. Earlier in the day, we'd been giving you those updates on the case as Manik, another TMC MLA, Manik Bhattacharya, also in the dock. Kishle to tell us more. Kishle, well, it's another day of questioning for Partha. Some uncomfortable questions that he definitely has to answer. Are there any details emerging about whose cash it was that was unearthed from Arpita Mukherjee's home? At least.
Exactly that amount of cash that had been recovered, and right now what we are seeing on screen is that Manik Bhattacharya, the MLA of Palashipara, enters CGO complex, which is the ED office in West Bengal in Kolkata, Enforcement Directorate office, where Manik Bhattacharya had been summoned by 12 today, but he already has appeared in the CGO complex in the ED office in Kolkata. And right now what we see that Partha Chatterjee, who is already inside the ED office, and right now Manik Bhattacharya also enters the same. So there is a possibility that both of them will be brought together and they will be interrogated together, Manik Bhattacharya and Partha Chatterjee. This is because the day when the ED raids happened all over West Bengal, about 13 places were raided. There were raids in Manik Bhattacharya's house as well. And from his house, several of these documents related to SSC scam, TED scam had been recovered. This recruitment scam is a scam which includes a lot of heavyweight people, heavyweight ministers and MLAs in West Bengal, and most of them are from Trinamool Congress, and Manik Bhattacharya is one such MLA from whose important documents were recovered. And right now, ED officers are trying to understand what link exactly Manik Bhattacharya had with this case, and how Partha Chatterjee and Manik Bhattacharya benefited from that money that they took from that some of their agents took from the people who wanted to be recruited as teachers in all of these schools and colleges. We have seen what you were saying right now, a lot of cash recovered from Arpita Mukherjee's house. We also saw that how there were admit cards which were recovered from Arpita Mukherjee's house. So right now this
Amity University has India's largest scholarship program, from which over 25,000 brilliant students have already benefited. Students with over 95% in Class 12 boards get 100% scholarship, and students with over 90% get 50% scholarship. Join brilliant, like-minded students who want to be successful. Apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
Sitting minister has been arrested. Minister's closest aide has been arrested. 22 crore rupees almost in cash has been recovered. And then there are diaries, Black Diary of Department of Higher Education, School Education, 40 pages. Executive Diary marked as annexed AQ having pages 1 to 31. The envelope having printed on it, Minister in charge, Department of Higher Education, School Education, Parliamentary Affairs, Government of West Bengal, containing 5 lakh rupees in cash. That was found from the residence of the aide of Partha, Chatterjee, a sitting minister in Bengal.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kohler's murder that has taken place.
शक्तियों को लेकर पोस्टर लेकर यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं कांग्रेस के तमाम सांसद और अब यहाँ पर वो धरने पर बैठ गए। राहुल गांधी को कहा गया या तो आप हिरासत में चलिए या फिर आप यहाँ से लौट जाइए। राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
These are the Congress कार्यकर्ता. They are showing their anger against their leader has been detained. No permission for any kind of satyagraha. That's the clear line which has been taken by the Delhi police.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news. Here on the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thackeray. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track of all the senior leaders coming in and going out.
You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic. A breaking development here in the SSC scam case of West Bengal. Manik Bhattacharya, another key accused in the case, arriving at the ED office. He is likely to be questioned. In fact, our correspondent Kishle, with whom we were in conversation a short while back, telling us that the two could in fact be brought face to face, even as the ED continues its interrogation to find out details as heaps of evidence is gathered from various locations that it raided and has been raiding for the past few days. Manik Bhattacharya, TMC leader, arriving at the ED office. News is that Partha, Chatterjee and Manik Bhattacharya could be questioned together.
Minister has been arrested. Minister's closest aide has been arrested. 22 crore rupees almost in cash has been recovered. And then there are diaries. Black Diary of Department of Higher Education, School Education, 40 pages. Executive Diary marked as annexed AQ having pages 1 to 31. The envelope having printed on it, Minister in charge, Department of Higher Education, School Education, Parliamentary Affairs, Government of West Bengal, containing 5 lakh rupees in cash. That was found from the residence of the aide of Partha, Chatterjee, a sitting minister in Bengal.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kohler's murder that has taken place.
नक्तियों को लेकर पोस्टर लेकर यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं कांग्रेस के तमाम सांसद और यहाँ पर वो धरने पर बैठ गए। राहुल गांधी को कहा गया या तो आप हिरासत में चलिए या फिर आप यहाँ से लौट जाइए। राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
These are the Congress कार्यकर्ता. They are showing their anger against their leader has been detained. No permission for any kind of satyagraha. That's the clear line which has been taken by the Delhi police.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Here on the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thackeray. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track of all the senior leaders coming in and going out. Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live stream with you everywhere. Republic Live stream, India's #1 streaming news. Me and my VJ are together. Absolute pandemonium, chaos. In fact, massive security thrown around. Big push diplomatic visit, which is going to be, of course, capped by the Quad leaders meets. Uddhav surrounded himself with unelectable coterie. You expect these people to dictate terms to a grassroots strong leader like Eknath Shinde? आप देख रहे हैं इस समय यहाँ पे पूरी की पूरी प्रिपरेशन की जा रही है। किसी भी समय यहाँ पे महाराष्ट्र के अगले मुख्यमंत्री आने वाले हैं।
ये मिनट टू मिनट, आर टू आर पेट्रोलिंग इस समय दिल्ली की सड़कों पर पेट्रोलिंग हो रही है।
शरद पवार का पहले ट्वीट आया, उसके बाद यहाँ पे कंफर्मेशन हुआ है। एनसीपी एज अ पार्टी शपथ ग्रहण में यहाँ पे मौजूद होगी।
The question this time very clearly, no answers from him. Our keys continue.
So right now what we see is that Manik Bhattacharya, MLA of Polashipara, has appeared in the CGO office. CGO office is the place where ED has their office, Enforcement Directorate office. It is a possibility that Manik Bhattacharya will be, along with Partha Chatterjee, they will be interrogated together. Right now we have visuals of Manik Bhattacharya arriving in ED office, Enforcement Directorate office. He was called by 12 PM today. He had appeared before time today. He has appeared before time today, and there is a possibility, our sources are telling us, that Partha Chatterjee and Manik Bhattacharya will be together right now, and ED will be interrogating them.
Sitting minister has been arrested. Minister's closest aide has been arrested. 22 crore rupees almost in cash has been recovered. And then there are diaries. Black diary of Department of Higher Education, School Education, 40 pages. Executive diary marked as annexure AQ having pages 1 to 31. The envelope having printed on it, Minister in charge, Department of Higher Education, School Education, Parliamentary Affairs, Government of West Bengal, containing 5 lakh rupees in cash. That was found from the residence of the aide of Partha Chatterjee, a sitting minister in Bengal.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kola's murder that has taken place.
नक्तियों को लेकर पोस्टर लेकर यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं कांग्रेस के तमाम सांसद और अब यहाँ पर वो धरने पर बैठ गए। राहुल गांधी को कहा गया या तो आप हिरासत में चलिए या फिर आप यहाँ से लौट जाइए। राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
These are the Congress कार्यकर्ता. They are showing their anger against their leader has been detained. No permission for any kind of satyagraha. That's the clear line which has been taken by the Delhi police.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
Here on the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thackeray. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track of all the senior leaders coming in and going out. Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news. Me and my VJ are together. Absolute pandemonium, chaos. In fact, massive security thrown around. Big push diplomatic visit, which is going to be, of course, capped by the Quad leaders meets. Uddhav surrounded himself with unelectable coterie. You expect these people to dictate terms to a grassroots strong leader like Eknath Shinde?
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
A day after Republic TV broke the stunning Black Diary details and the sensational property investigation on the Partha mega cash scandal, the ED investigation continues today. Sensational development as the TMC MLA Manik has been summoned by the ED today. Sources say he may be brought face to face with Partha Chatterjee. A shocking case emerging out of Dakhin Kannada district with the BJP Yuva Morcha district secretary being hacked to death. Massive protests have erupted and Section 144 has been put in place in Puttur district after the murder of the BJP youth wing leader. The Chief Minister assures that the culprits will be brought to book. No panic yet, but monkeypox scare continues in India. Second suspected case being reported in the national capital and the first suspected case in Patna now.
गली गली में शोर है, अरे गली गली में शोर है,
After a 6-hour grilling on day one, Sonia Gandhi will be grilled again today in the freedom struggle for profit scam. Good morning. You are watching live and breaking. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri, and this is Republic TV. Well, if you can't wait to catch up on the news, don't. Now just open your browser, Google for Republic Livestream and watch the news wherever you are. Republic Livestream is also available on most streaming platforms. Republic Livestream ensures HD quality news viewing experiences no matter what. Ask your OTT platform to connect with us if you cannot find Republic Livestream on it. Don't be denied the news anymore. Well, news just coming in fact, we are now learning that incidents of stone pelting are being reported in Puttur on the KSRTC bus from Bolwara. Now this of course comes even as Section 144 is in place in several parts of Bellary. What we're given to understand is that that security has been heightened across because there were fears that the situation could get out of hand. And we are now learning that there have been instances of stone pelting that have been reported in Puttur. Section 144, of course, has been imposed in Puttur, Sulia and Kadaba taluks. This, of course, comes as the BJP is protesting the murder of its BJP Yuva Morcha leader Praveen Netaru. He was hacked to death by unidentified people in Bellary. The police who are conducting an investigation into this are looking at various angles to this murder. But the situation in Dakhin Kannada continues to remain tense over this murder, and security has been heightened across. We are now getting to understand that there is also a call for a volunteer band that has been put in place in the Dakhin Kannada district. Several schools have decided to shut down for the day, and shops in the area also shut. So apprehension of violence, of course, in terms of the backlash that we are seeing to this murder case has been quite high. The Chief Minister, of course, has already appealed to maintain calm and saying that the murderers of the BJP Yuva Morcha leader Praveen Netaru will be brought to book, but that really doesn't seem to be tampering down on the heightened tension in this particular area. Bellary, of course, also continues to remain on the edge over this murder. Now, Dakhin Kannada, of course, has seen several of these instances of stress and tension in the area over the past 1 month or so. I'm going to try and go across to our correspondent on the ground to give us more details on what's happening. But a fresh stone pelting incident has now been reported in Puttur on the KSRTC bus from Bolwara. Now, the BJP workers in the area, of course, are demanding justice. We saw several instances of protests that took place late last night as well over the murder of this BJP leader. Now, he was, of course, killed by assailants who were in a in a Kerala number plate vehicle. I do remember that Dakhin Kannada, the district of Karnataka, of course, borders Kerala. So police are not wanting to take any chances. The situation remains tense, and that is why Section 144 has been imposed in several parts. All right, so that's the latest that we are getting. Pictures on your screen are of the stone pelting incident that has been reported from Bellary. And Sanjay Raut of the Shiva Sena is not going to be appearing before the ED today. He was summoned by the agency and was asked to appear today at 11 o'clock. However, Sanjay Raut has sent an application for an exemption. He has, of course, cited the fact that vice presidential elections are taking place. So news just coming in, we are now learning that Sanjay Raut will not be appearing before the ED today. The ED, of course, is questioning him in the Patra scam. We are given to understand that he has asked for an exemption today because of the vice presidential election. So that's the latest that we are getting. Sanjay Raut is unlikely to appear before the ED today. Alicia is reporting on this and she joins me on the phone line right now. Alicia, good morning. Alicia, we are learning that Sanjay Raut has asked for an exemption today because of the vice presidential elections. Now, has that exemption been granted?
Well, we know that this is the third summons that was issued by Enforcement Directorate in a Patrachal case, and what we get to know that Sanjay Raut has already sent an application for an exemption citing the vice presidential election and for which he needs to campaign, is what we have been told. Well, of course, he was summoned by the agency asking him to appear today at 11 a.m. We have to wait whether the exemption has been accepted or not, because even last time when he was summoned by the Enforcement Directorate, he had given an exemption. The application by his lawyer stating that he could not be able to join the probe until 7th of August. But then there was a third summons that was issued against him. We know this is a case that Enforcement Directorate is probing the money laundering case linked to alleged irregularities in the Patrachal redevelopment project in Goregaon and financial transaction purportedly, involving Sanjay Raut's wife. So, for which Sanjay Raut has been called because it's an ECIR that was registered by ED on an FIR registered by Economic Offences Wing of the Mumbai Police in 2018 against Rakesh and Sarang Wadwar. And what we have been told that it's a subsidiary of HCL that undertook the redevelopment of Patrachal in Goregaon. So, which is why Sanjay Raut was called in. It was the third summon that was issued against him. He has already given an exemption application stating that he will be
Alicia, of course, bringing us those details of the fact that Sanjay Raut will not be appearing before the ED today. Thank you, Alicia. Now, the suspected case of monkeypox that was reported in Telangana on the 24th of July has tested negative. Meanwhile, another suspected case of monkeypox has been traced to Telangana's Khammam district. Now, in this second case, medical officials will be sending samples to the NIV in Pune, and the patient has now been kept in an isolation ward. The first suspected case, however, thankfully was a negative. Monkeypox, of course, is causing a scare. However, cases that are being reported are still low in numbers. So the health department, of course, keeping a very close eye on this. We've also had the health minister, of course, talk of the fact that they are making sure that there is stricter vigil of these cases. So the second suspected case now being reported from Telangana. This, of course, is a case that has been reported from Khammam district. Now, I'm going to try and go across to Aneri in Hyderabad to give us more details on this. But the big worry, of course, for health agencies is the fact that some of these cases at least are not linked to travel. So that is something that is causing a great deal of discomfort because it appears that some of these people have not traveled outside the country. Earlier, of course, to remember that there was an alert at international airports in India where people were being checked on arrival. And a day after the Jammu police foiled the drone-dropping narcotic smuggling bid, narco-terror angle has now emerged during the investigation. Now, money that was to be minted from the sale of 12 kilograms of heroin was to be used for terror financing. Now, heroin was dropped via a drone from Pakistan and was picked up by Punjab-based smugglers who were then transporting it in a vehicle. So we're given to understand that there appears to be a narco-terror angle to this. Now, do remember that this has been a cause for concern as far as security establishment in Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. Not just Jammu and Kashmir, in fact, Punjab also has been on the radar of the security establishment with the fears of narco-terror. Now, we are given to understand that in this particular case, this money that was supposed to be minted from the sale of about 12 kgs of heroin was supposed to be used for terror financing. We've also seen a large number of attempts that are being made to drop narcotics as well as weapons from across the border via drones. Gursimran, I think, is reporting on this. He joins us live from Jammu right now. Good morning, Gursimran. Gursimran, give us more details as far as this particular case is concerned now. And on the side also, of course, narco-terror has remained one of the big concerns for security agencies.
Yes. Yes, narco-terror is a big concern, and a big module of the narco-terror smuggling bid has been foiled by the Jammu police yesterday, wherein 3 Punjab-based smugglers have been arrested along with 12 kilogram of heroin. We are told that this is a high-grade heroin that was being sent with the help of drone from across the border, and now the narco-terror angle is also emerging. Along with that, around 12 lakh rupees cash has to been recovered from the Varna car in which these 3 Punjab-based smugglers were travelling in. As per the initial investigation, it came into being that the consignment of of the narcotics. This heroin consignment was dropped using the drones from the Pakistani side on the international border, and then was picked up by these smugglers, which was to be transported to the next point of contact person, the details of which was provided to them. And now the police is looking into all backward and forward linkages so that they can find out who was responsible and what was the plot of the Pakistan, because what it seems, as far as the investigation that has been conducted so far, that this was a plan to finance the terror in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir using the money minted from the sale of this narcotics. So this was a big plot of Pakistan to mint the money from the sale of narcotics and then to use it for the terror financing in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. Was it to be used for the terror activities in Punjab? That is also being probed by the Jammu police.
All right, Gursimran bringing us those details from Jammu. Thank you for joining us. Well, as Gursimran, of course, is pointing out, the narco-terror angle that is emerging is causing quite a deal of concern to security forces. Some news in brief now. Section 144 has been imposed in Puttur as 3 taluks of Dakhin Kannada district called for a volunteer bandh. This came after the BJP leader Praveen Nettaru was murdered. The BJP workers, family and friends of Praveen Nettaru are planning to take out a procession from his hospital to his residence. According to sources, 2 private education institutions have also declared a holiday and will not conduct any classes today. Well, Sanjay Raut, who was supposed to appear before the ED today, has asked for an exemption over the issue of vice presidential elections. To remember that he's being investigated by the ED in the Patra Chaul case. A second case of monkeypox is being suspected in Delhi, where a West Delhi man complained of body ache. Now, he was later admitted to the LNJP hospital and is now being monitored to check for any other symptoms. The hospital has set up an isolation ward for monkeypox infected and suspected patients with a 20-member team monitoring them. Congress leader Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has written a letter to the West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee urging action be taken to stop unlawful construction being done by the Behrampur municipality. Now, the Congress made a note in a letter to Banerjee that the illegal construction of a market complex on the water body is continuing in defiance of the High Court's ruling. He further added that the municipality has filled up the portion of the water body and is carrying out construction work on it. Saurabh Kumar, the Secretary East in the Ministry of External Affairs, bids farewell to the Malaysian High Commissioner Dato' Hidayat Abdul Hamid and the Vietnamese Ambassador Arindam Bagchi. The Ministry of External Affairs official spokesperson acknowledged their valuable efforts to strengthening bilateral and regional ties on Twitter. Before beginning his current position as Secretary at MEA on the 1st of January last year, Saurabh Kumar served as India's ambassador to Myanmar and Iran. And the Aam Aadmi Party's MP Sanjay Singh has given a suspension of business notice under Section 267 in the Rajya Sabha over the deaths caused due to spurious liquor in Gujarat. The DMK Rajya Sabha MP Tiruchi Siva has also given a suspension of business notice under the same rule over the enormous hike in petrol and diesel prices, which has had a spiraling effect on essential commodity prices and has affected poor and middle class people. So essentially we are now reporting about 2 suspension of business notices that have been given out under section 267, Rule 267. I'm going to go across to our Parliament reporters Harsha and Piyush Ori, who are reporting from New Delhi. Piyush, to you first, good morning. What is the kind of business that we are expecting to be transacted in Parliament today? Or rather, are we expecting any transaction of business at all? Because in the past, we have seen how the opposition has been disrupting Parliament again and again.
So good morning to you, and as you rightly said that, again, in Parliament we are expected to see a lot of political slugfest. And the beginning of this has been done by AAP MP Sanjay Singh, who has served a notice under Rule 267 to raise issues of spurious liquor that claimed lives of 31 people in Gujarat. Now, mind you, this is a very important issue for Aam Aadmi Party, taking into consideration that, in coming months, Gujarat is going to be facing the assembly elections. So Aam Aadmi Party is trying to make sure that this Hooch tragedy, this unfortunate Hooch tragedy that claimed 31 lives is being raised in Parliament, and this gives a lot of political mileage to them in the upcoming assembly elections. Besides this, the opposition parties are also trying to create or trying to stop the proceedings of Parliament by raising issues of GST hike of certain edible items. So today, again, as you're going to see, that there is going to be a lot of political slugfest which is going to happen. As I speak to you, the Congress workers also, the Congress MPs also are making sure that they're going to raise issue and they're going to, stop the proceedings of Parliament, taking into consideration that today, for the third time, Sonia Gandhi, the Congress interim president, is going to be interrogated by the Enforcement Directorate. So again, you're going to see a lot of political slugfest, opposition parties trying to stop the proceedings of Parliament, and ruling party trying to make sure that the Parliament runs smoothly. Back to you in the studio.
Now, stay with us, Piyush. Let me go across to Harsha. Now, Harsha, we are also seeing the Hooch tragedy being brought to Parliament. Now, we are given to understand that MPs want a discussion on what happened.
Exactly. One thing is very clear. When the AAP MP Sanjay Singh day before yesterday did a press conference saying exactly that the new liquor policy in Delhi is exactly to stop the spreading of spurious liquor which happened in Gujarat, and he clearly told that the new liquor policy which is implemented in Delhi is to stop all this which has happened in Gujarat, Hooch tragedy which we have seen. Then 31 people have lost their lives by taking the spurious liquor, and now we will see today in Parliament the suspension of business notice has been given to talk in this certain issue. We are also seeing that Gujarat will have election October onwards, and before that this liquor policy of the Aam Aadmi Party government which they have implemented in Delhi, likewise they want to implement in same wise in Gujarat, and this Hooch strategy is just an example, it's just a new phase for them which they have taken this as an example to bring the new liquor policy and this to discuss in the Parliament. Not only this, we have also seen yesterday how the inflation and the new GST rates which have been imposed in the commercial commodities and in basic commodities and petroleum product as well. We saw yesterday in Rajya Sabha how the TMC MPs, DMK and TRS MP went in the well and raised the slogan, show the play cards. So today these two will be
essentially we are expecting opposition parties to raise several issues in Parliament. Both of you, thank you for joining us. Well, of course, Sonia Gandhi has been summoned for questioning for a third time by the Enforcement Directorate. Congress workers are continuing to protest. Pictures on your screen are of the Youth Congress protest in Borivali. Now, Saurashtra Express, we are given to understand, has been halted. The Youth Congress mayhem continuing in Mumbai. Congress party over there blocking the train in the name of Satyagrah. Now, we have, of course, seen heated altercations also take place between the Congress party and the police in various parts of the country over protests that have been going on in various parts over the questioning of Rahul as well as Sonia Gandhi. Sonia Gandhi, of course, appeared in front of the ED yesterday as well, and she's been called for a third time. And the Congress party has sent out a message to its state units also to make sure that they continue to protest.
आपको डर क्या लग रहा है? 5 दिनों में 55 घंटे में अरे मोदी डर गया अरे भाई डर गया मोदी से
All right, so a rail roko taking place over there in Borivali. I think Alicia is reporting on this. Alicia, give us more details as to what happened. Of course, you know, we have seen a large number of altercations also breaking out between the police and Congress workers in various parts over the questioning of Sonia Gandhi.
11 a.m. where we know that there are senior Congress leaders who are going to be protesting in Koliwada, Sion, where we are heading to. But yes, this is a visual that is coming in from Borivali, where Youth Congress under the guidance of Nishan Baba Siddiqui, where the Congress has been protesting, and we can see that the train has been stopped. That is a Saurashtra Express that has been delayed just because of the protest that has been taken place in Borivali station, where all the Youth Congress has started with their rail roko. So this is something we have been witnessing since days, since the time Sonia Gandhi has been appearing before the Enforcement Directorate, after which Congress has started with their Satyagraha protest. Well, yes, we know that whether it is now that they have started with the train roko, and of course there was Rasta Roko Andolan as well, which has happened in Mumbai, where also they have marched from CST station to Enforcement Directorate, but they were blocked by the police official, and some of the senior Congress leaders were detained by the police. But even after that, even the action that has been initiated by police.
After that, even the action that has been initiated by police officials, even Congress today as well at 11 a.m. where they have decided to do a protest that will be happening in Sion Koliwada in the Maidan, where the Congress is going to do a protest, as they call it, at a Satyagraha protest. But what we have been witnessing is the Youth Congress has been also protesting. They are doing a real roko protest where in Borivali station, where we can see clearly in the visuals where how the Saurashtra Express, which halted in Borivali for going further, but they had been stopped by Youth Congress, and we can see the pictures as well, whether the fact that police has been trying to get all those protesters outside the Borivali station, but the protest is still continue, and even there are multiple protests that is going to be take place in the state of Maharashtra, and even as well as in Mumbai at 11 a.m. and this is against the action that has been initiated by Enforcement Directorate, where they have been asking Sonia Gandhi to appear before the agency to record a statement.
All right, Alicia bringing us those details. Thank you. All right, we are now going to get you some pictures of ITBP personnel who are hoisting the tricolour.
Bharat Mata ki Jai! Bharat Mata ki Jai! Bharat Mata ki Jai! ITBP ki Jai! Bharat Mata ki Jai! Bharat Mata ki Jai! Bharat Mata ki Jai! ITBP ki Jai! Bharat Mata ki Jai! Bharat Mata ki Jai! Bharat Mata ki Jai! ITBP ki Jai! Bharat Mata ki Jai! Bharat Mata ki Jai! Bharat Mata ki Jai! ITBP ki Jai! Bharat Mata ki Jai! Bharat Mata ki Jai! Bharat Mata ki Jai!
All right, and still to come, we get you the latest in the cash scam that's been reported from West Bengal. Partha Chatterjee, of course, has been now taken for a medical examination.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
Sitting minister has been arrested. Minister's closest aide has been arrested. 22 crore rupees almost in cash has been recovered. And then there are diaries Black Diary of Department of Higher Education, School Education, 40 pages. Executive Diary marked as annexure AQ having pages 1 to 31. The envelope having printed on it Minister in Charge, Department of Higher Education, School Education, Parliamentary Affairs, Government of West Bengal, containing 5 lakh rupees in cash. That was found from the residence of the aide of Partha, Chatterjee, a sitting minister in Bengal.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kohli's murder that has taken place.
तख्तियों को लेकर, पोस्टर लेकर यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं कांग्रेस के तमाम सांसद और अब यहाँ पर वो धरने पर बैठ गए। राहुल गांधी को कहा गया या तो आप हिरासत में चलिए या फिर आप यहाँ से लौट जाइए। राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
These are the Congress कार्यकर्ता. They are showing their anger against their leader has been detained. No permission for any kind of satyagraha. That's the clear line which has been taken by the Delhi police.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news. Here on the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thakre. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track of all the senior leaders coming in and going out. Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news. Me and my VJ are together. Absolute pandemonium, chaos. In fact, massive security thrown around. Big push diplomatic visit, which is going to be, of course, capped by the Quad leaders meets. Uddhav surrounded himself with unelectable coterie. You expect these people to dictate terms to a grassroots strong leader like Eknath Shinde? आप देख रहे हैं इस समय यहाँ पे अब पूरी की पूरी प्रिपरेशन की जा रही है। किसी भी समय यहाँ पे महाराष्ट्र के अगले Michelle, first visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts to India? Mr. Bhandari, just one question, sir.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer?
These are the live visuals that we are getting to you of Republic tracking Partha Chatterjee. He will be interrogated again by the Enforcement Directorate. And the live visuals that we are getting to you right now, Partha Chatterjee now taken out of ED office, what we are told. We have Kishle tracking all those details. Kishle, give us all the updates that you're picking up.
Exactly right now, Partha Chatterjee and according to our reporter Arpita Mukherjee, both of them are taken out of the CGO office, central government office, and they are probably being taken to Joka ESI where they will go through medical checkup. The court has instructed before that both Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee has to go through medical checkups at regular intervals. The court said that Partha has to be taken to medical checkup after every 48 hours. So before today's interrogation begins, we see that both Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee are taken to the Joka ESI hospital. Probably they are being taken to Joka ESI hospital because that's where the previous medical checkups happened of both Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee. We are seeing the convoy, the visuals are on our screen, and we are seeing how they are being taken from the central government office CGO complex where the ED office is situated in Kolkata to Joka ESI. They are en route to Joka ESI. That's what our reporters on field are picking up. Right now, if they're taken to Joka ESI, they will go through regular medical checkups. Before this, Partha Chatterjee had been taken in air ambulance to Bhubaneswar AIMS, where the doctors said that he doesn't have any very serious complications, but still he has to go through regular medical checkup for some of the complications which he still has, for which he goes through regular medications. So right now, Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee are both in two cars. They are being taken to Joka ESI. There will be medical checkup. And on the other hand, Manik Bhattacharya, MLA of Palashipara, is already in the CGO office. He is already in the ED office. And probably today, our reporters are picking up that Partha Chatterjee and Manik Bhattacharya will be brought together for interrogation. And the ED officials the ED investigators will try to understand that what links exactly they had. Manik Bhattacharya whether sent any recommendations to Partha Chatterjee for recruitment or not, because the day when raids happened all over West Bengal in 13 places especially, Manik Bhattacharya's house was also raided and several documents related to recruitment scam was found. Right now the update is Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee are taken to Joka ESI probably for medical checkup, and on the other hand Manik Bhattacharya is inside the ED office and interrogation will begin anytime soon. Over to the studio.
Kishle, stay with us. Just a follow-up question. If you could help us explain how is the chain of questioning going to be like from here on, especially after that black diary recovery and that envelope that was recovered, which had that government insignia on it as well.
Exactly, this black diary which was recovered from Arpita Mukherjee's house and several other pocket diaries hold the key to this whole investigation. That's what the ED officials, ED investigators are getting or are telling our sources. This is because inside that black diary, which has some of the key informations related to this SSC scam, recruitment scam, and these informations include the names which were included in the merit list in spite of these people not having enough marks for that. So they went through the examination process of recruitment. They did not have the marks, but still their names were included in the merit list, and all of their names are listed in the black diary. That's what our sources are telling us, including there are several figures, monetary figures, like how much.
Well, more breaking updates news coming in. This one with regard to the aide of Lalu Yadav, we are told, who's now been arrested by the CBI. Bhola Yadav, we are told, the then OSD of Lalu Yadav, has been arrested. He's said to be the kingpin in land for job scam case. And that is the latest coming in. The then OSD of Lalu Yadav has been arrested, said to be a close aide of Lalu Yadav, who's been arrested by the CBI, is what we are told. We are told that the raids are currently underway in 4 locations, including Darbhanga and Patna. So that's the update coming in. In fact, 2 locations in Darbhanga and 2 in Patna are currently being raided by the CBI. So we have a senior editor, Shravan, breaking that story for us. Shravan, give us all the updates.
Well, this is a major development in the case. Remember, in the month of May, searches were basically carried out in the national capital at Lalu Prasad Yadav's residence. Now we are being told that the OSD, then OSD of the minister, has now been arrested. His name is Bhola Yadav. As we speak, some searches are being carried out at 4 locations, 2 in Darbhanga and 2 in Patna, where these searches are still underway. The arrest has now taken place. Let me just quickly take our viewers through the details that we have. According to sources within the agency, he is a kingpin as far as the land for job scam is concerned. And we are being told that the OSD has played an important role. In fact, they have also got a complaint regarding the direct involvement of the then OSD of the minister, Bhola Yadav, who is now being placed under arrest. Now, what's the case all about? It's the land for job scam in which searches were carried out back in May, which includes Lalu Prasad Yadav, his wife and former Chief Minister Rabri Yadav, their daughters, Nisa Yadav and Emma. besides that, there are some undeserving candidates who were given change for land at a state price. All of them in the FIR that was registered by the Central Bureau of Investigation. The allegation essentially being that Lalu Prasad Yadav, as the Minister of Railways back in between 2004 and 2009, had basically obtained pecuniary advantages in the form of transfer of landed property in the name of his family members in return for the appointment of substitutes in Group D posts in different zones of railways. Now, this is exactly, I'm quoting from the FIR that has also been accessed by Republic TV. In the FIR, the CBI had also alleged that in lieu of the substitutes who were residents of Patna themselves or through their family members sold and gifted their land situated at Patna in favor of the family members of Lalu Prasad Yadav and a private company controlled by the family members, which is also involved in the transfer of such immovable properties in the name of family members. Now, before this particular file, the Central Bureau of Investigation had initiated a preliminary inquiry. And after finding evidence in the case, an FIR was actually lodged. We are given to understand that the CBI found 7 instances where the jobs were allegedly given to candidates where their family members transferred the land to Lalu Prasad Yadav's family members. In fact, in the preliminary inquiry back, which they found out that back in February 2008, there was a Patna resident, Kishan Deo Rao, who had basically transferred about 3,375 square feet of land in Rabri Devi's name, and that was for just about 3.75 lakh rupees. In fact, Samiksha, I'm also getting some more breaking news right now.
Yes.
We've just accessed the picture. I'll just try and put this out, send it across to our newsroom. We are getting the picture, the first picture of Bhola Yadav who's been arrested.
Yes. Shravan, stay with us. I'm told Prakash is also joining us live from Patna. Prakash, if you could share more details that you're picking up on this big breakthrough by the CBI in the land for job scam.
Well, this case pertains to 2017 in the IRCT scam case when CBI had raided Lalu Yadav's premises and recovered a lot of evidences. And this particular case pertains to 2006-07 when Lalu Yadav was the railway minister, and apparently there were many lands which was transferred in the name of Lalu Yadav's family members, including Tejasvi Yadav, Tej Pratap Yadav, Misha Bharti, and other family members in lieu of jobs. Now we get to know that Bhola Yadav, who has been a prime witness in this case, because whatever land has been transferred, Bhola Yadav was one of the witnesses, and he's been one of the closest aide of Lalu Yadav for many years, and he can be a big evidence as far as cracking this case is concerned. And sources in the CBI say and have been saying that it's an open and shut case. Shut case as far as this particular IRCTC scam case is concerned.
Yes.
So it's a big crackdown as far as Bhola Yadav, a close aide of Lalu Yadav, being arrested in this particular case, because he may provide a lot of evidence, because he's been the prime witness in the transfer of land. So the CBI has now nailed down finally in the IRCT scam case.
Yes. Prakash, stay with us just to tell our viewers, those are the first visuals that we are getting to you of Lalu's aides. This is Bhola Yadav, who's been arrested by the CBI. Shravan continues to be with us. Shravan, if you could put this into context for us, the relation that Bhola Yadav shares with Lalu Yadav, and how much of this is, the arrest is significant when we talk about getting to the bottom of this land for job scam case.
Well, as Prakash was actually pointing out, in fact, Bhola Yadav's role is particularly with regards to, one, getting in touch with the non-deserving candidates and the promises that were essentially made. In fact, CBI has basically alleged that there were 7 instances of land transfer. 7 instances of land transfer to non-deserving candidates where jobs were given in railways when Lalu Prasad Yadav was in the railways as the railways minister. Now, if I can take you through some of the basic land deals that have taken place, Now, why exactly is Prakash saying that this is an open and shut case? Because if you see, there are some land transfers that have taken place directly in the name of Rabdi Devi. For instance, as I was pointing out back in 2008, one resident, Patna resident Kishan Deo, transferred 3,375 square feet of land directly in Rabdi Devi's name for 3.75 lakh rupees. Second instance, also Sanjay Raut, a resident of Patna's Mahubag in February 2008, also sold another 3,375 square feet plot, again back to Rabdi Devi. Kiran Devi, being a resident of Patna, transferred about 80,000 square feet of land in November 2007 to Lalu Prasad Yadav's daughter, Nisa Bharti, for a sale consideration of 3.7 lakh rupees. So what has happened here is, Samiksha, is that these are direct transfers that have actually taken place. And that is the reason why they say that there are 7 to 8 instances where they have come across these land deals that have been struck.
Yes. Yes, so Shravan, what you're essentially saying that this is a tip of the iceberg when we talk about these land deals, because these are the 3 for which we've gotten the details, and there are many such more deals which could have happened way back in 2008.
Well, there is absolutely no doubt about the fact that this is just the tip of the iceberg, simply because this is perhaps the first arrest. The only difference here is that I'm being told by my sources within the Central Bureau of Investigation that he's the kingpin. If the kingpin of this land for job scam has been arrested, then obviously following the questioning of Bhola Yadav, there is a high possibility that more number of people could be arrested.
All right. Shravan, yes, and for our viewers also who are just tuning in, if you can briefly take us through the details that you've accessed so far with regard to Jobs for Land scam case.
Well, the breaking news that is coming in right now is that the kingpin in the land for jobs scam, Bhola Yadav, has been placed under arrest. Searches are basically underway at 4 locations in Bihar, 2 in Darbhanga and 2 in Patna. Now, this comes after searches were basically carried out back in May. These searches were carried out across the country, but majorly the premises belonging to Lalu Prasad Yadav and Nisa Bharti. This was back in May earlier this year. Searches were carried out. FIR was actually registered, and then the searches were carried out. FIR was against Lalu Prasad Yadav, his wife, and former Chief Minister Rabdi Yadav, daughters Nisa Yadav and Hema Yadav, and there are other people also who have been named in the FIR. What is the basic allegation? The allegation is that jobs were basically given in exchange for land at a throwaway price. Now, if you take a look at the FIR that has been accessed by Republic TV, they are talking about the period between 2004 and 2009 when Lalu Prasad Yadav was a Minister of Railways. What is the allegation that has been leveled against Lalu Prasad Yadav? They say that he had obtained pecuniary advantages in the form of transfer of landed property in the name of his family members in return for the appointment of substitutes in Group D posts in different zones of the railways.
Okay.
It's a case where they were directly benefiting by giving undeserving candidates posts in the railway.
Yes. All right. All right, Shravan, thank you so much. So that was Shravan Sena, senior editor, breaking that story for us of the raids which are currently underway at 4 locations in Bihar, including Darbhanga and Patna, and close aid of Lalu Yadav, who's now been arrested.
Whenever you want, Republic Livestream, with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
Sitting minister has been arrested. Minister's closest aide has been arrested. 22 crore rupees almost in cash has been recovered. And then there are diaries. Black diary of Department of Higher Education, School Education, 40 pages. Executive diary marked as annexure AQ having pages 1 to 31. The envelope having printed on it, Minister in charge, Department of Higher Education, School Education, Parliamentary Affairs, Government of West Bengal, containing 5 lakh rupees in cash. That was found from the residence of the aide of Partha, Chatterjee, a sitting minister in Bengal.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kole's murder that has taken place.
शक्तियों को लेकर पोस्टर लेकर यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं कांग्रेस के तमाम सांसद और अब यहाँ पर वो धरने पर बैठ गए। राहुल गांधी को कहा गया या तो आप हिरासत में चलिए या फिर आप यहाँ से लौट जाइए। राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
These are the Congress कार्यकर्ता. They are showing their anger against their leader has been detained. No permission for any kind of satyagraha. That's the clear line which has been taken by the Delhi police.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news. Here on the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thakre. The NCP huddle has begun. We are keeping a close track on all the senior leaders coming in and going out. Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live stream with you everywhere. Republic Live stream, India's #1 streaming news. Me and my VJ are together. Absolute pandemonium, chaos, stacked, massive security thrown around. Big push diplomatic visit, which is going to be, of course, capped by the Quad leaders meets. Uddhav surrounded himself with unelectable coterie. You expect these people to dictate terms to a grassroots strong leader like Eknath Shinde? आप देख रहे हैं इस समय यहाँ पे अब पूरी की पूरी प्रिपरेशन की जा रही है। किसी भी समय यहाँ पे महाराष्ट्र के अगले मुख्यमंत्री आने वाले हैं।
ये मिनट टू मिनट आर टू आर पेट्रोलिंग इस समय दिल्ली की सड़कों पर पेट्रोलिंग हो रही है।
शरद पवार का पहले ट्वीट आया, उसके बाद यहाँ पे कंफर्मेशन हुआ है। एनसीपी एज अ पार्टी शपथ ग्रहण में यहाँ पे मौजूद होगी।
Questioning. 200 to 300 supporters are gathered here. Are they trying to stop the car?
पूरी भीड़ नजर आ रही है और ये भीड़ बता रही है कि लोग रुकने वाले नहीं।
And breaking news coming in, this one from Karnataka, where a fresh stone pelting incident has been reported in Puttur of Dakshin Kannada. So this comes after BJP Yuva Morcha leader Praveen Netaru was hacked to death by unidentified people in Bellary area, and following that tension that also prevails in this particular area of Dakshin Kannada, where section 144 has been imposed in Puttur, and as the visuals also that we'll just put out of the stone pelting that has been reported in this area. So tensions prevail in the area following the brutal murder in Karnataka of the BJP leader who was butchered to death. Section 144 has been imposed in Puttur area as well. In fact, private education institutions, two education institutions have also been shut today as a result of the tensions that continue in the area. Sagai is tracking all the details for us. Sagai, if you could tell us about the situation right now in the area where the BJP leader was hacked to death, and any details with regard to those accused in his murder.
No, so far there are no details connected with the accused. Special teams have been formed by the police to nab these assailants. As we speak now, we can see the mortal remains of Praveen Netaru is taken on a procession from the hospital near Putturu to Bellary, where his hometown is. And the large number of people are on the way paying tributes to the BJP leader. And you can see the followers of a BJP party, his friends, family members, everybody are on the streets protesting against this particular arrest. last night. And even today, they have extended their support and everybody is along with him in this final journey. And it is a shocker of an incident for the people of Mangalore when they got to hear that Praveen.
Well, back-to-back breaking updates coming in, tracking closely all the updates in the SSC recruitment case probe. The visuals that are coming to you right now are of Partha Chatterjee, who's being taken for the medical, we are told. So, tracking closely all the updates in the SSC recruitment scam. Republic tracking Partha Chatterjee and aide Arpita Mukherjee as well. So, the live visuals that are coming right now of Partha Chatterjee being taken for the medical. In fact, Republic Bangla confronting Partha Chatterjee with regard to the role in the SSC recruitment scam. Remember, mega recoveries have also been made by the Enforcement Directorate. 21 crore rupees that have been recovered in the raids that were carried out. In fact, a black diary that has also been recovered with regard to this SSC recruitment case. So those are the visuals that are coming to you live from the live visuals that are coming right now. Both Partha Chatterjee as well as Arpita Mukherjee have been taken to the ESI hospital, we are told. Slipping into a very short break. On the other side, we'll continue tracking all the details in the SSC recruitment scam probe.
Sitting minister has been arrested. Minister's closest aide has been arrested. 22 crore rupees almost in cash has been recovered. And then there are diaries. Black diary of Department of Higher Education, School Education, 40 pages. Executive diary marked as annexure AQ having pages 1 to 31. The envelope having printed on it, Minister in charge, Department of Higher Education, School Education, Parliamentary Affairs, Government of West Bengal, containing 5 lakh rupees in cash. That was found from the residence of the aide of Partha Chatterjee, a sitting minister in Bengal.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kole's murder that has taken place.
तख्तियों को लेकर, पोस्टर लेकर यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं कांग्रेस के तमाम सांसद और अब यहाँ पर वो धरने पर बैठ गए। राहुल गांधी को कहा गया या तो आप हिरासत में चलिए या फिर आप यहाँ से लौट जाइए। राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
These are the Congress कार्यकर्ता. They are showing their anger against their leader has been detained. No permission for any kind of satyagraha. That's the clear line which has been taken by the Delhi police.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Here on the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thakre. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track on all the senior leaders coming in and going out.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news. Me and my VJ are together. Absolute pandemonium, chaos. In fact, massive security thrown around. Big push, diplomatic visit.
Right now, Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee are being taken to Joka ESI hospital for their medical checkup. Our reporter Pinky asked Partha Chatterjee directly whether he is doing fine or not and how is he feeling right now. Partha Chatterjee nodded his head towards Republic's camera and he clearly said that no, he is not feeling all right. Also, we are tracking Arpita Mukherjee in another car where she is repeatedly seeing wiping her eyes, whether that's tears or not, whether she's feeling all right or not. We do not know. Right now we are following Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee, and right now we will be heading into a short break and coming back for more.
Sitting minister has been arrested. Minister's closest aide has been arrested. 22 crore rupees almost in cash has been recovered. And then the diaries. Black diary of Department of Higher Education, School Education, 40 pages. Executive diary marked as annexure AQ having pages 1 to 31. The envelope having printed on it, Minister in charge.